Well, good heckin' evening to the lot of you. How the heck are you doing? It is Friday, my dudes. We are finally here, and I can finally look forward to a morning where I can sleep in. Yeah. Wasn't a crazy week at work, but at the same time, I do look forward to my days where I can sleep in at normal times like a normal person. Mm-mm-mm. I hope you guys this Friday has been pretty good, pretty good. I'm doing all right. I am here. I'm ready to push through to the end of this MSQ. I got my sample of Advanced GG today. Right now, I'm currently sipping on their, I think it was peach mango hydration flavor. It's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. So, I think I'm probably going to be trying their, mango lemonade next for energy. All right, that's a little hype for what I'm looking for. Hang on a sec. We'll put you on the video game vibes for now. There we go. All right, we're chill now. Just trying to get the stream a little amped up before we get into things. So, tonight, I'm going to aim to push through to the very end, at least of the most recent story for Love and Deep Space, so that'll get us caught up, and that will free up our Friday nights going forward. This is specifically for you guys that are in the Discord server, in case you don't know. We were doing a whole bunch of, like, trying to plan regular community nights for a while there, and then I had to hold up my end of the deal with the Love and Deep Space streaming, so that's why Love and Deep Space took over Fridays for a while. But now that things are kind of settling down with that, and we're getting that done, we can go back to doing those nights. Maybe watch some movies, play some COD Against Humanity, maybe doing some gaming on our favorite MMOs and the like. So, looking forward to getting back to that. I do have to take a moment and let you guys know that the very end of this month, I'm going to be out for an entire week. And I will not be able to stream. And basically, it's for a work thing. I'm going to have some training, and I'm going to be away in another state. So, yeah, that's kind of I can't take my whole rig with me when I go. So, that's going to be a thing. I will miss all of you. Like, every single one of you right there that are hanging out. Yes, even you. I can see you. I see you right there. Yes, I'm going to miss you too. But that's coming up on the 27th, so we got some time to get some streams in, get some hanging out in, have some fun. But, yeah, at the very end of April this month, I'm going to be out for a week, so we're going to have to get our time in as much as we can before then. Other thing I did want to briefly touch on, and this is for my male VTubers in the audience right now. So, I think a lot of people are paying attention to the news right now going on with Holostars and the way basically that covers kind of limiting their direct support of them, at least as far as like big events, covers, that kind of stuff too, so, which honestly really sucks for as hard as the guys work, both on the JP side and the EN side, which don't even get me started about the way that Holostars in general has been looked at by the more what's the word I'm looking for? Parasocial folks in the cover fandom. Specifically, the ones who are parasocial towards the women. So, it's a particularly rough thing to see this going on because these guys work pretty much just as hard, and like a lot of them are just as talented as the women. Whoa! Thank you for following Cahill. Cahill? How do you pronounce your name? Welcome in. We're just doing a little jibba jabba before we get into the Love and Deep Space. and talking about stuff involving the VTuber scene and men in the VTuber scene. But yeah, so like specifically from my perspective, Cahill, okay, cool. My perspective as like a man that's in the VTuber medium. Men in the VTuber scene? That's me, LMAO. Yeah. It's a rough thing to see, like, corporate level guys kind of lose that level of support, honestly, especially with so much of us that, quite frankly, deal with the struggle of getting noticed out there, getting picked up, and, like, you know, gaining a viewership and gaining an audience and that kind of stuff. Like, the men do gotta play it smart when it comes to, like, putting themselves out there. So, like, it's rough, and especially seeing some of the negative attitudes towards guys. Some of it warranted because of, you know, certain actors we won't get into. But yeah, so just a lot of discussions going on about that right now on the internet space. So I just wanted to give you guys like a brief thing that, yeah, it's rough out there, especially for the guys. But like, honestly, just if you're getting started out there and you're getting into the scene as a male VTuber, and you got like, you know, even a few people that watch you regularly, like, hold on tight to those people. You guys, it is a deep privilege. And honestly, I consider it a privilege to have people show up to my streams and hang out with me and, you know, talk about stuff, like whether it's serious topics or just chill or whatever's going on in the game, or, you know, you guys throwing stuff at my noggin. So I consider that like a big privilege for me specifically, as somebody who's, you know, still pushing on, going on near 2 years of this. And even though my growth hasn't been exactly the same as, you know, some of my friends out there, and success isn't guaranteed, but I think it's important to remember, like, the biggest thing is, like, the people that are right there cheering with you and that are sticking with you. And again, I always want to reemphasize that with my people, like, the biggest thing you guys do to support me is that you just come out here, hang out, and, you know, just be silly with me. So, again, thank you. Which brings me to another thing real quick before we get into this, and this is the last thing. I do want to say, like, a thank you to whoever used my code last night after stream. You remember I always here to support you? Oh, Yellow Flash, wow. Appreciate that, man. But yeah, big thanks to the person who used my code JakeDay at Advanced GG to get themselves some Advanced GG supplement. I hope you enjoy that. I don't know if they're here in the chat right now. I didn't see any names. It was you, Puma? Hell yeah, bud. I wasn't sure if you were just, you know, doing that as like a little hell yeah gesture in the server, but really appreciate that, bud. Thank you. Like, thank you for being the first to do that and for using my code and supporting me like that, man. It really is a big deal to me to be like, to put that in place and have you guys like get some good use out of it and get something you want out of that. That is like, that's the crap that makes my day. Needed a refill? Fair enough. But yeah, so yeah, just on that note, if you guys ever want to get my referral link while we're in stream, just use exclamation ADV, and you'll have that nice little click-through link to be able to get you some nice advanced sups or merchandise or whatever, and you get a little bit of a discount with my code JakeDay. I think I'm gonna try to work that in a way that doesn't, you know, feel like I'm hammering it over your heads, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It made me giddy to wake up and see that, dude. So again, really appreciate you. All right, I think that's all the serious yapping I had for today. I think it's time to look at some men for the final time. Except maybe not really. All right, let's get over here. How's that tastes? It depends on which flavor, because I think Puma got himself some cherry ice, right? I believe it was cherry ice that Puma got himself for that flavor. And there's a variety of different flavors out there, too. And it's all, like, as far as the energy side of things, like I looked at some of the strawberry watermelon. Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, so the advanced thing lied to me. What the hell? There's all kinds of different flavors, Caliol. And the big thing that I noticed about it when I was looking at applying with them, it is 0 sugar supplements. And the type of caffeine in there is like not super intense. Like 1 scoop of the advanced GG is like, I want to say 100 milligrams of caffeine. So it's a good like moderate energy boost versus, you know, drinking straight from an energy drink can and getting like 200 plus or even 300 sometimes. So I find it's a good little substitute if you need like that little energy boost. They also offer stuff like protein and hydration stuff or sleep aids, that kind of thing, which made me really excited to work with them and partner with them. So, but that's enough of advanced GG. We gotta look at these pretty men. You know, there's a lot of pretty men that needs to be done around here. I don't know why I said it like that, but you know what? I feel like some people would agree. Alright, so we are at part 5 of chapter 3. So I am going to aim, and let me try to get this up a little bit. I am going to aim to try and finish it tonight, because we only got this much left, and then we got chapter 4. And then we are caught up on MSQ. Also, keep in mind, if it's your first time hanging out for a Love and Deep Space stream, I do read like stuff out loud, like for MC and her lines and that kind of stuff, and I do be pretty goofy, and I like to take it as like a whose line is it anyway approach. So if I'm making like tons of jokes and crack and all that, it's not that I'm not paying attention, it's just how I'm interacting with the content. Just fair warning. I know I can be a little bit punny. Alright, let me move myself here real quick. Alright. Me. It's not until the no-hunt zone's distinctive smell penetrates my nostrils that I open my eyes. Sorry, guys. Gotta drop D&D session overlap. Love you all. Volug, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. You know, you're more than welcome to lurk. Chat, if you want to lurk, you're more than welcome to. Just hang out here. Just vibe. That kind of stuff. Like, again, lurkers are the backbone of basically the whole streaming business. Thank you for stopping by, Volug. I hope D&D goes well. Alright. Smell penetrates my nostrils that I open my eyes. The first thing I see is Xavier's pale complexion and his bare neck. Are you okay? Your suppressor!
The energy blockage caused by the planet's descent being interrupted was enough to destroy all of Lincoln. I had no choice but to use brute force. And I can only use that power without the suppressor.
Oh no.
I can thank Soren for this. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to easily destroy the suppressor.
With my support, Xavier stands up and leans on his sword. The pain furrows in his brow are quickly smoothed out. You know, he just smoothed them out like. The holy sword is dissipated, and the others stare blankly at Astria Knight. Oh right, it's Astria Knight Academy as it slowly cracks. But as Xavier raises his sword to his chest, the others immediately become solemn.
By the stars above.
Jeremiah, Isaiah, and Sullivan mimic his pose as if in silent mourning. Yet it's also like a solemn salute.
In the 215th year since leaving our homeland, Operation Backtrack's second protocol has failed due to force majeure. Traceback 2's core has been destroyed. A return voyage is impossible.
He's doing a post-mortem, yeah.
Our next step is to initiate the third protocol. We shall seek the power of limited backtracking to ensure Philos returns to a time when its core had yet to be extinguished.
The last traces of the magnetic field disperse. The energy fluctuations are also quiet.
With the stars as our witness and light-seeking as our testament, we swear before Astria's glory, we have never betrayed our original purpose.
We have never betrayed.
May Philos prosper under eternity's divine gaze.
May Philos prosper under eternity's divine gaze.
Like an ephemeral dream reaching its end, Philos dissolves into scattered specks of light. It's like the stars are returning to where they came from. The backtracker's oath is solemn yet tinged in hoarseness. Only I and the wounded land saw it. The last energy particle drifts before dissipating at Xavier's fingertips. Three days later, tires scrape the ground and stir up wind at a somewhat weathered 300 as a somewhat weathered 310 HM carries me and its driver through the city's long streets. The red light appears. Xavier and I move in perfect sync as we pull up our helmet's visor and look at the large screen in the square across from us.
The abnormal phenomena frequently occurring in Lincoln have been reported worldwide. No casualties reported as of. The large-scale energy fluctuation from 3 days ago was not a Wanderer outbreak. Experts believe it might be related to the deep space tunnel.
Pedestrians discuss among themselves, which gives rise to more urban legends. They're unaware that it was a heart-stopping night. The abnormal magnetic field hasn't completely disappeared.
No matter how powerful Soren is, he couldn't possibly cause a commotion this big. He probably just took advantage of this anomaly.
How is he? Is he still refusing to talk to you guys? Is he still being Widow Sundowelly?
Yeah. Don't worry. Isaiah will keep a close eye on him.
Isaiah will also be reading his poetry to him.
Light's about to turn green.
He pulls down his helmet's visor, and I can faintly hear him muttering about why we're not using my new motorcycle instead. You promise to let me collect the whole HM series. Surely the talented Crown Prince of Philos, Grandest Knight, and Star Hunter's Prefect wouldn't go back on his word.
I'm blaming Isaiah for this. You better stay away from him.
Are you ordering me around?
It's a suggestion.
My status is special, so I'll consider suggestions like that based on my mood. We gotta go!
We're going to be late for tacos.
Within no hunt zone number 39, hardly any traces are visible aside from the impact caused by the Holy Sword's energy burst. Looking somewhat melancholic, Xavier crouches down and touches the grass. He's touching grass, chat. Does that make Xavier wheel? The fact that he's touching grass? If you're upset, you can cry. No one else is here.
Oh, you're visiting the graves too?
Cleaned up, the familiar small truck looks brand new. The two people get out of the vehicle, and each of them is carrying 2 pots of fresh flowers.
Whose graves are you visiting?
For the homeland I can't return to. Of course, visiting the graves isn't the right way to put it, but I can't think of anything else right now.
Thank you for pushing up the volume fader.
He's the one who insisted on being here, not me.
With 2 more people and several more pots of flowers, the no-hunt zone now looks like a campground. Jeremiah is curiously walking around the pile of scorched earth that was left behind by the monument.
There seems to be something here. I can't pull it out. Sully, come here.
Sully! As Sullivan reaches into the pile, Xavier and I move closer. Puzzled, we watch. The soil is moved away to reveal a section of metal. It doesn't look new. Why did I come into him saying I can't pull it out? Ducky, that's some timing. That is some timing there, Ducky. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hi. I mean, you know, clearly, you know, Jeremiah and Sullivan, they just can't pull it out. I didn't work today so I could catch some stream. Aww. Well, we're glad to have you here, Ducky. Make yourself comfortable. Make yourself comfortable. We're trying to finish up MSQ so I can be all caught up. Ducky, are you caught up on MSQ? Are you caught up? I haven't played in like months. To be fair, I think the only times I've played recently is when I've been doing the stream, so you know what? I don't blame you.
We might have missed a flux nexus. I'll handle this.
When I place my hand on it, Xavier has already reached out. With a single touch, waka waka, I can feel the soil around the object loosening. Xavier frowns and places his hand over mine. Together, we grasp the metal and strain to pull it out. It's such a big... Ducky, I don't think your timing was as coincidental as you think. Oh my goodness.
Sword.
No. Oh, no.
Clearly Jeremiah is intimidated by the size of that sword. Jeremiah's expression transformed into one of horror and disbelief.
Isn't this the legendary king's sword that's depicted in the mural at Knight's Hall?
At the end of the universe's collapse, dawn's light lingers in darkness. To you, O Philos, cradle of the stars and the graveyard of souls. The stars have crowned a king to escape the curse of time. Decay at the end of a star's descent. Redemption blooms at the hem of a new dawn. And that light is eternity. Special ending artwork, yay! We are now at the edge of civilization, chat. The abnormal magnetic fields in Lincoln are rapidly diminishing, and the situation's threat level has been downgraded from critical. The sword, left behind by the holy sword of the goddess, hasn't shown any abnormalities, but we must remain vigilant. Jeremiah is keeping it sealed for now. And thanks to Sullivan's intel, Xavier has begun searching for backtrackers who weren't involved in this incident. across the universe. The oath witnessed by the Holy Sword will fall into the heart of every backtracker with starlight.
According to the reports, Taurus recently discovered a fragment of a mysterious relief depicting a human face on Wave Chaser Island. It's just off the coast of Verona. Experts from the Institute of Cultural Artifacts have concluded that the relief fragments most likely belong to the underwater ruins that were discovered in 2034.
Sounds like we're going back to Raffi time.
After a decade, relics supposedly from Lemuria have resurfaced, which have sparked intense online discussions. Experts state that further verification is needed to confirm whether the fragments truly belong to Lemuria.
Speaking of which, does Lemuria actually exist? Many years have passed since the initial discovery, but the research hasn't gotten far.
I see. Tara is an anti-Lemurian conspiracy theorist.
Maybe Lemuria is a seed from an alternate dimension. Aliens are implanting their civilization into Earth.
And Nero's on a whole different train of thought.
That relief fragment looks old, though. Do aliens like that?
According to the analysis, there's a 34.3% chance it's from an alien civilization, and a 58.8% chance it's a Lemurian artifact.
Whoa. So you're saying there might be Lemurians living among us? Would they look exactly like humans?
Well, I don't know.
From an evolutionary and ecological standpoint, a humanoid form is the most suitable choice for the current world. But
Maybe they're human during the day, and at night they transform into mermaids that soak in bathtubs.
Lemurians need seawater and deep sea pressure. An ordinary bathtub probably wouldn't meet their needs.
Okay, so deep sea pressure. Didn't know that part. The discussion behind me grows increasingly off topic. I clear my throat twice and turn my chair around. Did you finish your follow-up observation reports on the magnetic field anomalies?
There were more from other areas just 2 hours ago. My data entries are endless.
Don't even mention the reports. My fragile heart can't take anymore. I need a massage for my mind, body, and spirit.
Girly Pop needs a weekend. The news channel is turned off and the chatter ends. Even though I can no longer hear any discussion about Lemuria, a faint curiosity still lingers in my mind. Come to think of it, didn't Raphael say he was going to Verona a while ago? If I'm not mistaken, that was before the anomalies appeared. Is it just a coincidence? Knowing Raphael, it's probably not a coincidence. The association's Verona branch submitted a special report during the most critical moment of Lincoln's recent crisis. It was buried under the countless regional magnetic fluctuation reports and it initially didn't attract any attention. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Whenever I scroll past the discussions about Lemuria, I think of Raphael. He's been quiet while Lemuria faces a storm of public scrutiny. It's as if he disappeared. I look through the missions related to Lincoln's magnetic field anomalies again. There isn't anything that requires my immediate attention. I refresh the page and open the detailed report about Verona once more. Alright, we're doing a pivot. We're getting close. Whale Fall City. Well. Since Verona's offshore areas experience unstable magnetic fields, transportation between Wave Chaser Island and the mainland has been suspended. I board the ferry prepared by the association and, facing the sea breeze, call Raphael. What up, my brother and Silas? Hey, what up? Wait, hang on. What is that? Oh, you know, I'm not going to acknowledge that new emote, but yeah, I see it. I sees it. I'm so excited for tomorrow, guys. I'm so excited. Sevi, how you doing, man? And, and facing the sea breeze, call Raphael.
Raphael!
Just got back
The
from a
number you
run.
dialed
Oh.
is busy right now. Please try again later.
Did the man literally just record his own voice saying the number is busy right now? He frickin' would. Sounds too much like Raphael. Try again.
The call has been connected. Raphael will serve you now.
I hope your run was good, Savvy. Like, you making good time? You making improvements? Or are you kind of just getting into the habit? Honestly, like, with the changing of the weather, I kind of... transitioning back to outside from treadmill is rough. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. With the weather change here, I've kind of, like, decided to take yesterday and today, like, easy as far as, gym stuff. I'm making good progress, but, you know. Manugan said, let's take it a little bit easy, you know, while you're, you know, trying not to sneeze your brain out. The operator needs to be fired. I started a video call, so why did you switch to a normal phone call?
The signal here is terrible, which means video calls will lag. And what if you see me looking like a hot mess? You take a picture and make fun of me.
Raphael, that's the point. Who was the one who started that, though? I'm just following your example.
Anyway, did something happen? Why are you calling me?
Why do I hear waves in the background?
Good question. But first, why do I hear waves on your end? I knew I couldn't hide it from you, though. I was planning to call you after you finished work. I didn't expect you to beat me to it.
You're at Wave Chaser Island, right?
There's... Hi. So...
Hello? You're cutting in and out. I can't hear you. Hello? Well. Raphael's call ends abruptly. I try calling him again, but it doesn't connect.
The number you dialed is busy right now. Please try again later.
It's actually voicemail this time. Before I know it, the boat is already in the waters where the magnetic field anomalies were detected. Cell service disappears. I try opening several messaging apps only to see that the network is down. The impact is this severe? The situation is worse than what the Verona branch reported. If the signal is completely gone, Wave Chaser Island will be isolated from the outside world. And if there's an emergency, and I won't be able to pull for my med! Watching the signal bars fluctuate, my brow furrows. I look at the somewhat artificial island that's visible in the distance. The wind and waves are intensifying. Wooter.
We have arrived at Wave Chaser Port. Passengers, please gather on the main deck if you wish to disembark.
In the evening, the ferry docks at the Wave Chase port. Aside from the ferry, other ships are moored. Words like Gaia Biotech are printed on them. The coastline where the relief fragment was discovered has been sealed off with protective barriers. Inside, a group of researchers wearing Gaia Biotech gear have gathered. It looks like legitimate scientific fieldwork. Gaia Biotech. Why are Evers people here? As the only passenger, I disembark under the watchful eye of the crew. My colleagues stationed on the island walk toward me.
Gaia Biotech personnel sealed off the area where fragments were found. We can't investigate it for now.
Not with that attitude. Do they have the research Do they have a research permit?
They got it yesterday. I heard they had to negotiate with the archaeological team from the Institute of Cultural Artifacts for a while.
Vultures, huh? They start running as soon as they hear of something.
Supposedly, Ever challenged the archaeological team's findings and claimed their results were inconclusive due to the abnormal magnetic fields.
Also, I think I missed it earlier, but thank you guys for hitting that retention button, by the way. It's much appreciated.
And Ever possesses the most advanced protocore equipment that can be used for scientific research in any environment. So...
I circle the barrier, make my way to a section of water, and then activate my Hunter's Watch. The readings hover at a delicate threshold and it slightly increases and move closer to the ocean. The magnetic fluctuation's focal point isn't on the shore.
in coastal areas, anomalous situations at sea aren't uncommon. We have plenty of experience dealing with them. However, this one is unusual. What everyone's most worried about is whether there's a risk of triggering tsunamis and other disasters.
Oh, that'd be bad. It's possible. Have hunters from your branch recently collected precise measurements from the sea?
Gaia Biotech closed off the relevant zone for that. They claim it's necessary for their scientific expedition preparations.
Assholes.
Really? Do they have that kind of an authority?
It's mentioned in their permit.
Permits, right. The abnormal magnetic field readings are stable now. It'd be inappropriate to interfere. I'll stay behind under the pretense of risk prevention.
Okay, I'll head back and submit the report.
The Verona hunters jogs away only to return moments later.
I almost forgot. Because of the magnetic field anomalies, the island's cell service has been kind of bad.
I can't play my gacha games!
If the comms channels don't work, you can find me at the port. You can also toss a bottle into the ocean or use seagulls to deliver messages.
Oh, you're funny. Huh. She leaves with a laugh that perfectly captures the island's unique charm. I slowly raise my head to look at the seagulls circling overhead. How am I going to contact Raphael now? By seagull? I never tried it before. Well, here goes nothing. With no one around, I raise my hand and extend my index finger. I pretend to be a tree branch. 5'2" tree, I believe. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute. The seagulls continue to circle in the air and mock me with their harsh, grating squawks. I lost my mind. Seagulls won't land on trees. I should have pretended to be a rock. The seagull's laughter becomes louder. Do I have to throw him a message in a bottle? As I struggle, the seagulls suddenly adopt a formation and fly behind me. I watch them as they move. Waves lap at my heels, the seagulls dive down, and the shadows cast by their wings sweep across his hair and eyelashes.
They delivered your message ages ago, cutie.
Raphael snaps his fingers. A perched seagull picks up something from his palm before departing. Why do they land on you when you pretend to be a tree branch?
You don't need to go that far. Just feed them. I've been doing it for 2 weeks, and even the super dumb seagulls know obedience means getting food.
I act as if nothing happened and quickly walk to him. How long have you been standing there?
Ever since you decided to be a cute tree branch.
You were there the whole time. Well...
Yup. I didn't expect the waves to deliver you so quickly. I thought I was seeing things.
If I weren't concerned that something happened to you, I'd still be in Lincoln with mountains of work.
What could possibly happen to me? I doubt the locals would kidnap me and, lock me in a dark room until I finish 100 paintings.
Oddly specific, but okay. I'm quiet for several seconds. Then I turn around and pretend to leave. Since you're fine, I'm going back to work.
Hey, wait.
The seagull food falls to the ground as Raphael grabs my backpack strap. My departure fails, and I take 2 steps back. I end up being closer to him.
It's getting dark. What work do you have to do?
Raphael, girlies, this is your frame here. We're up close on the mans. Raphael girlies, paging the Raphael girlies, the cuties. I need to mess with Gaia Biotech or sneak past their barriers, that sort of thing. I'm extremely busy. Seagulls gather at our feet to eat. Raphael remains silent for a long time in the noisy sea wind, his expression gradually becoming serious.
Ever won't let anyone in.
Oh? You sound certain. It's almost like you have some insider information.
The relief fragment isn't from this seabed. It belongs to Whalefall City.
Whalefall City? Whalefall. Its relationship with Lemuria must be extraordinary. Is it related to those Lemurian ruins that were discovered in 2034?
That was Whalefall Acropolis. Although we used to live there, it's not a royal capital.
Ooh.
After all these years, this is the first time Lemurians have discovered artifacts from it.
There was nothing for who knows how long, and then it was discovered. You weren't aware of the Whalefall City being hidden in this seabed?
For Lemurians, the ocean holds no secrets.
Mm.
And there's no sea on this planet that bears a trace of Whalefall City.
Okay, now we're getting into some mystery.
Legend says it was torn away from Lemuria one day. It vanished from our world.
You're saying Whalefall City doesn't exist in the dimension we're in right now?
More or less. When the relief fragments appeared, the Lemurians in Verona checked the seabed. There was a small section of structures belonging to an unknown civilization emerging from the seabed, but they couldn't approach it.
Raphael crouches down and shakes the food out of the box so the seagulls have an easier time eating.
Gaia Biotech has been here for 3 days. They've run themselves ragged trying to get into Whalefall City. Of course, they always come back empty-handed. To enter Whalefall City, you need to use more mysterious, ancient, devout methods.
Alright, which one of you brought the blood sacrifice? The seagulls tear apart the empty food box. After a burst of chaotic flapping, they leave. It sounds like you know how to get into Whalefall City.
I'm still unsure about it, but I believe it won't reject its actual citizens.
The full moon rises and the tide has arrived at some point. The waves soak our calves. The coolness reaches the soles of my feet and spreads throughout my body. I want to keep thinking, yet I can't help but shiver. Brr. Raphael's hand quickly slides to my wrist and he leads me to the shore.
It's almost time. Do you want to attend a ceremony with me?
What? Now?
Yes, now.
Raphael brings me to the car beside the road, opens the passenger door, I can talk, and places his hand against it. He tilts his head as if to invite me.
It's a remarkable ceremony in various myths, and maybe it's perfect for the legendary Whalefall City.
Yay! Special ceremony! We're going to get into the city. Stretch. Doing the heckin' stretchy. Ah! Oh, my neck. Oh, my everything. Big stretch, yeah. Along with a little bit of snap, crackle, pop. Yep. Whooping at me. Oh, snap. Sorry, had a notification. I'll get to that later. Slight distraction. Don't worry about me. We drive along the winding coastal road and traverse most of the Wave Chaser Island before stopping in front of a cliff in the southeastern region. Waves release thunderous roars as they crash against the rocks. The moon is perched high in the sky, and the seawater at the bottom of the cliff shimmers with light. A reserved older man is waiting for us at the cliff's edge. He looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him before.
Is the sea moon ceremony ready?
Yes, we're just waiting for you.
I'm sorry, if this guy was pitched down like a few cents in terms of audio, I think he'd sound like Marcus the Worm. Yes, we're waiting for you, Robert. After responding to Raphael, he turns to me and holds out his hand to express friendliness.
I'm Raphael's butler. We met at the antique shop.
Ah, this guy, that's right. An antique shop? I shake his hand, and the scene before me overlaps with an image from my memory. This was the same hand that gave me change when I visited an antique shop. Raphael... Raphael and I traveled to a peninsula during that trip in summer, and I wandered into an antique shop. I thought it was an ordinary store, but the owner was actually Raphael's butler?
My apologies. I wasn't able to reveal my true identity during our first meeting. But please believe me when I say that I and many other Lemurians are genuinely delighted to meet you.
Oh, he's also a fish. I'm about to say it's okay when Raphael cuts into our conversation.
He's saying he doesn't need to keep secrets now, so he can welcome you properly.
I run an antique-themed bed and breakfast on the island. The scenery is lovely and the food is good. Why
Okay,
don't
but
you
I want
stay there
pancakes in
tonight?
the morning. I spoke too soon. Following the old butler, we go down the path and reach the coast. Give me pancakes, bed and breakfast pancakes. A group of Lemurians wearing pristine white clothes has gathered by the sea. They're adding decorations to a boat-shaped object. It's made of seashells and anchored to the beach with ropes woven from seaweed. It rises and falls with the waves. This is the first time I've witnessed the sea moon ceremony.
Maybe you've already heard a legend or two about it. However, today's ceremony is different.
Following his tender gaze, I see a Lemurian lying down in the boat. She's surrounded by a vibrant bouquet of Oh. Oh. Okay, maybe we don't make the jokes during this part. Okay, okay. It's not possible to know how old she is. I can only see how soft the moonlight reveals the gentle traces of time on her face. They're visible, yet not deeply etched. She's... What should I call her? The deceased? She isn't dead. A participant? That's not right either.
Yes, she's the focus of today's ceremony. She'd like it if we called her Aunt Coralia.
Aunt Coralia is smiling.
She's looking forward to this.
I turn to look into Raphael's gentle eyes.
The sea moon ceremony guides each Lemurian back to the ocean, back to their homeland.
Rest in fish.
Having
Kidding.
shed their physical bodies, those souls will journey to Lemuria's true resting place, Whalefall City.
Oh. That explains why the people here don't seem to be sad or grieving. They aren't afraid of death.
Not all deaths are the same.
Soft chanting rises from the crowd, and it's quickly drowned out by the howling sea wind until it's barely audible. But the pearls and seashells adorning the boat hear it. They silently emit a soft glow.
With the songs of their people and the ritual's power, the deceased melts into the sea, and life takes on a new form. But if they die on land, their life force remains trapped within their fragile remains. Being unable to return to the sea is painful for Lemurians.
No wonder Raphael had to retrieve those remains from Raymond's villa. Forced to be away from her home while alive and unable to rest in peace after death, she must have felt desperate. Do all deceased Lemurians eventually reunite in Whalefall City? My words slip out without thinking. I soon realize I'm sharing Aunt Coralia's anticipation.
Maybe. Assuming they can find the way back to Whalefall City.
But isn't Whalefall City...
The moon has reached its apex.
Follow me.
Alright, hand-holding, don't get us preggers. Raphael leads me by the hand and we reach the shoreline. Then he walks into the boat's bow. Bow? He raises his hand that holds a bouquet. A gentle flame is ignited in the night's darkness. Enveloped in fire, the flower buds rustle and tremble. Their wave-like petals unfurl one after another. The ethereal, melodious singing rises and spreads with the flames. Harmonies merge to create a call and a response with the waves. The Lemurians slowly step forward. They take the flowers aglow with sparks and from the boat and hold them as if they scooped up seawater. Okay, here we go, into the fire. Following Raphael's gesture, I approach and receive a handful of vibrant flower petals from him. As the singing reaches its peak, the waves surge. The quietly moored seashell boat gently sways as it drifts away from the shore.
This is the final step of the ceremony.
Hand. Okay, thank you. I feel more secure now. He supports my hands as dark blue specks of light rise from the flower petals. They converge onto a watery orb of light.
When the blessings of our people connect with the ocean's will, Whalefall City opens its path to the children of the sea. May the wave-letter guide her.
May the
wave-letter guide her to find rest.
In Whalefall City. May she be reborn in a wave's embrace.
The orbs of light from the flowers pulse with the rippling waves. They transform into fish that swim around the boat as it drifts toward the sea. The waves carry the petals as they collide and gather. On the dark seawater surface, they converge to form a bright, gentle path. Men! Watching the seashell boat as it flows away, Raphael returns to my side. He answers the questions I asked before the interruption.
The last person who saw Whalefall City died over 1,000 years ago.
Ooh.
And as I said before, Lemurians aren't certain if they can return.
Despite that, people still believe in the Sea Moon Ceremony's legend?
It's been lost for centuries, but Whalefall City is where every Lemurian heart yearns to be. It's the place where our souls ultimately rest. Over countless years, this yearning gradually transformed into a comfort as intangible as a dream. So, today's ceremony is different.
Since Whalefall City appeared, can Aunt Coralia's soul really return?
That was her final gift to us, and it's her dying wish. There was still some time before her Sea Moon ceremony would be officially held, but she couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to test whether the path back to Whalefall City still existed.
The scent of petals linger around Raphael, and the sea breeze has has tousled his hair and concealed the flickering emotion in his eyes. The singing hasn't ceased. The Lemurians' chants ripple like fragile waves and stir the moonlight reflected on the water.
Should she return, the wave litter will bear her echo home.
Will the boat reach Whalefall City? I close my eyes and etch the sound of the surging tide deep within my heart. My heart? Interesting, though. So, a fishy city of the dead. Very interesting. Interwoven drifts. We are closing in on ad time, guys, so I think once we get into that, we'll take a little 3-minute break. Probably put some words up on stream for you guys to play with, and then we'll get back to it. The distant sound of the waves lingers in my dreams long after I've fallen asleep that night. The next morning, I meet up with Raphael in the antique-themed bed and breakfast restaurant. Good morning.
Morning.
You know what? That's a mood. That's me every morning when I go into work. Raphael looks like he didn't sleep well. His yawning is like a fish blowing bubbles. Musicians are playing classical music in the lush courtyard as servers in the restaurant restock seafood and fresh produce. Children are collecting seashells on the beach, and surfers rest or practice in small groups while carrying their boards along the sand. The turmoil of the outer world doesn't seem to affect life here. On Wave Chaser Island, there's only harmony, freedom, and flowing vitality.
This restaurant has been part of the bed and breakfast for years, you know. On Wave Chaser Island's restaurant list, it's in the top 3. You should try more of their dishes.
The waiter hands me the menu. As I flip through it, I reveal a knowing smile. I figured it'd all be seafood.
The front pages are just standard dishes. If you want to try the specialties, you need to go to the back.
Freshly caught crab? What kind of dish is that? Well, you see, MC Chan, what they literally do is they just, pull a crab out of the water and they just place it right on your plate. And it's basically like breakfast Mortal Kombat, where it's like, you gotta fight the crab. Comes with its own little fight music, too,
Do you see the beach down there? As soon as you place your order, they'll send someone to the beach to dig for crabs, which are caught and prepared on the spot.
Huh, I wasn't far off. They're very dedicated. I think I'll stick with something more ordinary. It'd be a little impolite to disturb crabs early in the morning. Raphael gives me a sly glance, flips to the last page of the menu, and points to the Lincoln Gazy pie. Lincoln Gazy pie? It's a pie with dried fish, and their heads are sticking up at a 45-degree angle. The eyes are seemingly staring back at me from the menu. What the fuck? What the hell? Okay, so we do got our ad warning kicking in. We'll be taking our 3-minute ad break, possibly slightly longer. Let me just go ahead, get the verbs up on swim for you, and we will be back after that ad break. Words. Let me get you your button. I'm getting you your button, chat. Don't stress out. Don't stress out. It's coming. We're almost there. All right. Spoof. To turn on our musica. All right. Oh, that's right. Words on stream was having a heckin' problem like last time I heard. Okay, so we might have to do this without button and just take our ad break. So, sorry guys. Oh wait, nope, it's loading. It's loading. Okay. Whoop. Let that load up. We will be back after this brief intermission. Can he do it, chat? Can he save the word game? I believe in that Savvy. I believe in that Savvy. Bam, bam. Almost there. Nope, not enough. No. You were so close, though, my dude. You were very close. Thank you for playing, though. Thank you for playing. All right, hang on. I gotta throw away Spooderfy here. Gotta throw away words. It will be back. All right. I accidentally clicked a little bit forward, so Raphael started saying his line here, but I stopped him soon enough. I think. I heard my old butler left quite the impression when he tried this fish dish. When he first tried this dish. Was it good or bad?
You'll find out soon enough.
I wouldn't order it if I were you.
A small head pops up by the window to give me a mysterious warning.
I had 8 nightmares the night after I ate that.
Damn. Aiden!
We should order one. Then you won't eat the other dishes we ordered.
Oh, that's still running. Hang on. The boy shyly sticks out his tongue before walking through the main entrance. Aiden also attended the Sea Moon ceremony, but I didn't pay too much attention to them last night. Only now do I notice how Aiden has gotten taller. Out of all the Lemurians Raphael has introduced me to, Aiden holds the most special place in my heart. His father is Lemurian, his mother is human, and Aiden himself is a half Lemurian who isn't very good at singing.
Raphael, Miss, can I join you today? I promise I won't disturb you while you're doing important stuff. I'll be on my best behavior.
Raphael and I exchange a glance, our smiles reaching our eyes. But we pretend. Come on, Jake. Pretend to look reluctant.
After breakfast, the Miss and I are heading out. We might encounter some danger.
I won't be too close when I follow you. And if there's danger, I'll run away. This is the perfect chance for me to go outside. If I just sit around and do nothing, I might get too anxious and struggle to breathe.
Kid, it's gonna be okay, kid. Huh, Aiden, are you in trouble? For a moment, the words Gaia Research Team flashed through my mind. I straightened my posture.
Not exactly. Everyone else is waiting for a response from the Sea Moon ceremony, and I know the wave letter will only arrive when it gets dark and the tide comes in, but I can't sit still.
The young boy hasn't experienced much of life's hardships yet. Only a faint, indescribable unease lingers in his eyes. I send Raphael a questioning glance. I'm not sure what his plans are for today, or if he'd be willing to accommodate the boy's request. Accommodate. The aroma of food arrives with the server. Raphael places the seafood paella in front of me and slides his cream soup over to Aiden.
I'll give you the time it takes to finish this bowl. So, I suggest you really think about whether or not you want to be our tag-along for your vacation.
Huh?
At least he's being nice to the kid. Tippy-tappy. Unsure of which path to take, 2 grown-ups head out with a child and stand at the intersection.
Didn't you guys have something important to do?
I forgot. Yeah, doesn't the sea god have something important to do?
You're right. And doesn't Miss Hunter have something important to do?
I don't. I'm playing hooky. I can't help but feel a little deflated. I'm here as external support from the Association's HQ. I'm supposed to help the Verona branch analyze the normal magnetic fields. But Gaia Biotech has sealed off the area under the pretext of a scientific expedition. Unless the readings go beyond the safety threshold, hunters aren't allowed to intervene freely.
So you can only wait and see.
Inside my shell, It's a little frustrating, but yeah, that's the current situation. What about you? With a massive whalefall city on our doorstep, aren't you thinking about a lot of things?
Yes, but my circumstances are the same as yours.
You're also waiting to see what happens? Why?
Gaia.
Gaia. Of course, who else could it be? Aiden tilts his head up. He looks left and right as he imitates Raphael, putting his hands in his pockets. Then he speaks in an attempt to be cool.
If you think about it, you two have the same target. Doesn't that mean you have the same goal?
You're a smart cookie.
Raphael gently pats the back of Aiden's head and leads us away from the busy streets. We head to the coastline.
Hunters can't freely interfere with Gaia's scientific expedition. That's basically a rule in human society. But a Lemurian wanting to return to the sea certainly doesn't need anyone's permission. What do you think?
In the morning light, Raphael stands with his back to Aiden and winks at me. A fleeting glint of mischief crosses his face. If you ask me, since the abnormal magnetic field is connected to Whalefall City, we should pursue the heart of the matter instead of investigating phenomena on the surface. As a hunter, I can accept having my actions restricted and being forced to take a vacation. But as an ally to Lemurians, I should help when it comes to important matters, like finding a lost capital city, right?
Among the 3 people here, all 3 are clever.
Huh? What are you two talking about?
It's grown-up business. I'm not telling you.
Our knowing laughter floats away with the sea breeze. Seagulls flying at a low altitude respond with raucous cries. Raucous. Getting used to my thesaurus words today. The mist from the fountain refracts to create a faint rainbow. Tourists pause and take pictures. But the column-shaped sculpture in the center has a strange protrusion in one corner. The intricate patterns and bizarre shapes disrupt the fountain's harmony. That's
not something from the island.
There's a faint magnetic fluctuation. In abnormal magnetic fields, objects partially materialize and overlap with the original sculpture. It seems the underwater magnetic field does affect Wave Chaser Island, but very few people have noticed it. On the other side of the fountain, someone is dragged over a ladder and sits at its top. They're carefully examining the protrusion with a carving tool. I'm just gonna take a bite of that.
This could be an opportunity to push past the sculpture's originally conservative style.
Sorry about that, guys. The sculptor uses a scraper tool with modeling clay to fill in the sharp edges of the sculpture. He gestures in the air to visualize the work and is about to make the first cut.
It's better to preserve some of those sharp angles.
Oh? Ha! It's you! I was wondering who else on this island could have eyes sharper than mine.
The sculptor, immersed in his art, finishes his greeting to Raphael before his gaze falls on me. He slightly raises his eyebrow.
Our minds are always in an artistic perspective. It's boring and not surprising. Raphael, don't you think?
Unconventional art needs non-artistic advice?
Exactly.
What kind of advice? City beautification or environmental considerations? I thought someone like you would be angry upon seeing this obliteration of art.
Obliteration is one of many tools when it comes to art. Oh, I know. You need to balance order and obliteration.
Order and obliteration balanced. We could just make it go kaboom. Chat, can we make things go kaboom? I would like to do some kaboom. You know, blow things up and go pop. Without bothering with pleasantries, he's already tracing lines in the clay. The crowd of onlookers disperses while Raphael's focused gaze remains unchanged. He speaks as though he's in the middle of an inquiry and a casual conversation.
You see it, right? That's a tentacle from Whale Falls City.
Tentacles?
Whether it is or isn't doesn't matter to the art.
I know a few artist people out there consider tentacles to be highly important. Ayo.
I made the choice to devote my life to pursuing the limitations of art. I believed that finding Lemuria's lost treasures would lead me to the end. But over the years, I realized how narrow-minded I was. As long as the world continues to turn, life will never cease to exist. And so long as life exists, art won't have an end. Order is a temporary framework. Breaking it forms the underlying essence of life's perpetual renewal. It's like...
Lemurian's fate, to wander for all eternity.
The freest fish in the sea can't stop swimming.
Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. What do? We swim. Ethereal singing comes from some unknown corner. It pulsates with ceaseless joy like a heartbeat beneath the island's tranquility.
Let's go. If we stay any longer, he'll think our breathing is annoying.
When Raphael pulls me around a corner, I finally look away from the statue.
The sculpture looks disheveled, but his thoughts are surprisingly profound. He's like my grandfather.
No, the kid's turning into an art student.
Raphael, do you have a last wish?
Oh, okay. Guys, we're at the end. We're at the end of this bit. It's fighty time! Level 34 fighty time. Savvy, look. Savvy. It's the main shard. The source. The Dwagon. The mans! The cool mans. The mans we all stopped by here to see. Only, you know, he's not really active in the story right now, so, heck. Maybe next MSQ run we'll get more Silas. Maybe.
Doesn't matter whose place this is.
Whoop,
It's
whoop, whoop,
time
whoop,
for a new...
We're just gonna let this play on through. How you guys doing? You guys liking the story? I'm finding it very interesting that we're like seeing a lot of these like civilization roots and stuff like that, like getting the real deep backstory on like where Xavier and Raphael are coming from, and just kind of seeing like these deeper connections. And I get the feeling if I played like, you know, some of the myth cards and stuff like that, I'd get like a much wider picture. And definitely got to do that side reading.
I haven't even caught the scent of fear yet.
I feel like I got to do some of that required reading to really like understand, because I do like a lot of the concept with like the fish city of the dead. We're calling it Whale Falls City. I find that to be an interesting concept that I'm going to end up reading more. World Underneath, that's the extra reading. Underneath. Edgelord Dragon. Dragon with an edge. Edgelord Dragon. Also check tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing some Bloodborne. I hope you guys are looking forward to that. Stretch.
Entertaining as it is, it's still not enough.
Doomsday?
Desire.
My turn.
It's time to meet your maker. Stay on your toes. Change how it attacks.
It's a minor injury.
Come here. I'll make it pay. Where are you going?
I'm sorry, just the way he went. Where are you going?
The ruler of
like she's just running off.
You put up a good fight.
Good job.
Sometimes it's just those one-off line deliveries that get you. Where are you going? Wait, no, I did not mean to click. Take me back. I don't know if I clicked the right thing. All right. Last battle. Guys, it's a giant enemy crab. This is probably the most historically accurate battle sequence in the game. God, I'm trying to remember now, like, where the giant enemy crab and historically accurate meme, like, got started. I know it was, like, some, like, fighting game. I know that much. Like, not, like, direct fighting game, but more, like, almost like a Dynasty Warriors-ish kind of thing, where you gotta fight a lot of mobs and then, like, a big boss monster kind of deal. I just forget where.
Entertaining as it is, it's still not enough.
Doomsday?
Okay, he's not that giant.
Bring it on.
He's decent sized.
Be careful. Don't let it hit
Bow down.
You know, that's a good, like, 2 days worth of crab there for the south.
Eat this.
Maybe an afternoon and a half out in New
It's
England.
a minor injury.
Come here. I'll make it pay. We're halfway there.
Doomsday? Desire.
The ruler of all. Don't get consumed by desire. We still have time. It's time to meet. It's time to eat.
It's time for a lot of things, apparently.
Since we finished our warm-up.
The rest of the time belongs to us.
Demands. Thank you, Silas. We go put you away now. We'll bring you back out when we gotta do more fighting. Alright, guys. Here we are. The last section. Divergence stirs. Big stretch one more time. I am ready to finish this MSQ catch-up. Let's do this. Alright, I left my phone in the other room. Okay. The three of us stop in our tracks, and I turn towards Raphael. Huh? When did you write a bucket list? Bewildered, Raphael slowly faces Aiden in the same way I turn towards him.
When did I write a bucket list?
I believe that was the question, yes.
I was just curious.
He pulls his hand out of his pocket and begins counting on his fingers.
My grandfather wrote a bucket list. The sculpture and Aunt Coralia also had things they wanted to do before they passed away.
He raises his hands and shows 3 fingers to Raphael.
I was wondering if you might have similar thoughts, but I don't think the sea god can really die.
Oh no. Listening to these far-fetched speculations, Raphael's confusion gradually disappears. He crouches down to Aiden's eye level and raises the boy's fourth finger.
If I had a bucket list, it'd be to bring the Lemurians back to Whalefall City.
That doesn't count because it's the sea god's wish. And it's boring.
Damn, kid.
I want to know your wish.
Raphael softly chuckles as he stands. His hand gently touches Aiden's head.
If the old butler finds out I've told you inappropriate things again, will you accept being scolded in my place?
Uh-oh.
I've grown up. I can hear things children aren't supposed to know.
I once typed boob in the search bar.
Really? You're only a little taller than my waist.
It still counts.
Aiden stands on his tiptoes and pushes Raphael's hand up. He's trying to make himself appear taller. Raphael pushes him back down, but I catch a glimpse of something hidden behind his smile. The wish he doesn't want to say. Is it revenge?
You be the judge. Have I grown up or not?
I snap back to reality. Then I walk over and pat Aiden's head. You've grown taller, or what about your homework? Yeah, we're gonna be a little shit. Excuse me, Mr. Little Grown-Up, did you finish your homework? Are you done with studying? How did you do on your last exam?
Stop! I'm a kid.
Aiden runs away with his hands over his head. He's afraid of taking another decisive strike from these mean adults. At the bottom of the slope lies the sparkling sea. Raphael and I stand together and watch Aiden's shadow as he moves. A kid who's quick on his feet can escape heavy topics, but adults can no longer do such a thing.
Thanks for the save. It was pretty effective.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but, you know, like, running away is still a pretty good tactic sometimes, because, you know, you just vamoose. Doesn't quite escape the conversation, but, you know, you at least get the brief vamoose to collect your thoughts. Raphael stretches. Thank you, Ducky, for hitting the retention button. Guys, don't do me a quick favor, please. Hit the bnuuy button. I'm still thinking about whether or not we're going to have some, like, sound or something, like, tied to that or not. We'll figure it out. Raphael stretches his stiff body and lets out a languid yawn. You've hidden things twice from him today. A child's unsatisfied curiosity can be difficult to deal with. When Aiden grows up, you'll have to answer all his questions, and you can't forget the accumulated interest.
Excuse me? That's a thing?
It's compensation for giving him childhood trauma.
You know,
Jesus.
I feel like you're the one who did that. Just saying.
I hold my hand out to him. Hand holding. I only did it to bail you out. You also owe me. Raphael dutifully takes my hand and presses his palm against mine.
Here you go. I'm at your service.
Is that part of the sea gonna be reopened?
Surfer dudes are frustrated.
I already waxed my surfboard 3 times. I might as well put it in storage at this point.
Man, 3 times? Truly, the times are dire.
All those tourists who wanted surfing lessons canceled their appointments. I need to cut back on expenses this month.
Oh no. Still grumbling, the surfers walk away. Raphael pauses and watches their retreating figures. Ever is already affecting the lives of ordinary people on Wave Chaser Island.
They don't care about Lemurians, let alone ordinary people. This works out for me, though. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one.
I gaze at his profile in the sunlight. His expression is anything but bright.
Why are you looking at me like that? You already figured out my plans.
Murder most foul. Aside from finding a way to enter Royal City, you're planning to do something about those Gaia biotech people, right? Whenever you have that look, I know you're going to give me a heart attack.
Do I always scare you? I see I've been ungentlemanly. I'll definitely take the time to reflect.
That's bull!
Whalefall City's emergence has caused quite a stir within Ever. It's gonna attract a lot of people who want a piece of it. Those who entered Whalefall Acropolis back then made enormous profits and got a taste of the rewards. They definitely won't miss this opportunity. I'm just acting as a catalyst and helping this predictable cycle of cause and effect reach its conclusion faster.
Ooh, how edgy. Revenge is a goal Raphael has never wavered from. It's seemingly the backbone of his very existence. But revenge must eventually end. I've never really thought about this question. Once everything is over, what will Raphael do? Show us his butt, apparently. If his revenge ends with this, then that's good. Yet, ending this conflict and recovering Whalefall City seems like the perfect opportunity to lead the Lemurians back to their royal capital. Will Raphael and the other Lemurians leave? My tangled thoughts are a jumbled mess, and my pace unconsciously slows. I start to fall behind Raphael.
Why the long face?
I don't know when he turned around, but now he's looking into my eyes. I'll lose my job. It's nothing. I was just thinking about how I'd lose my job as your bodyguard if you returned to Whalefall City with your people. It'd reduce my annual income, which would mess up my finances. Raphael doesn't take my joke seriously. He stands in front of me and blocks my path.
You're thinking further ahead than me, cutie. Some of my people that Ever took are still missing. How can I leave?
I look up to see his gentle smile that's like the sun. I sense an urgent need for a more definitive answer. Then I can work as your bodyguard until the end of the world?
Who knows how long Earth will last? Let's extend it a bit more. Like, until the universe dies.
I mean, given this game's story, lore, and background, universal ending's still quite on the table. No one knows when the universe began or when it will end. Since our lives will never be as long as the universe is, that's basically forever.
Until this endless journey reaches a conclusion, I won't leave this place.
From where he stands, the wind carries a refreshing scent towards me. The sea breeze is gentle. Surprisingly, it can carry away my worries. As our conversation between adults ends, Aiden happens to run up the slope. His footsteps are unusually frantic.
There are people at the port!
He retreats behind us, his shoulders trembling violently. I crouch down and pat his back. Take your time. Who are the people that just arrived?
They're wearing the same clothes as the Gaia biotech researchers who sealed off the...
Gaia. Raphael's phone rings. As he answers the call, I can faintly hear the old butler's voice.
Ever has sent a new team of support personnel. They're already in Verona.
Understood.
Raphael lowers his phone, and the smile on his face vanishes. Welcome back from food,
This
Rathlon.
deadly temptation really is irresistible. Someone couldn't wait any longer.
The drama. Rathlon, we're in the last section. We're close to being done. Wave letter echo. Alright, let me get a little sippy of water here. That's some good water. Chat, remember to hydrate yourselves. What you surprised about, Ducky? IDK? Okay. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. A large research vessel is near the port. Due to the insufficient water depth at the harbor, the ship cannot dock at the shore. I almost said store. The Gaia Biotech personnel are methodically coming ashore via assault boats. They arrive on land one after another. I sit with Raphael at an open-air cafe by the coast. We quietly monitor the movements of the new team.
Drama. They're moving.
Okay. I follow Raphael out of the cafe, and we quickly tail the group. Do you know where they're headed?
Central Square.
The Gaia Biotech team, as if following a voice navigation system, turns the street corner and takes the road leading to Central Square. Can you do fortune telling too? Your accuracy is impressive.
If you put yourself in their shoes, it's easy to guess where they're going. Criminals like to repeatedly visit the crime scenes, and people who have succeeded once want to replicate their success. Central Square was modeled after the plaza in Whalefall Acropolis. They'll definitely reminisce about their glory days.
Glory. Raphael's prediction comes true. The Gaia Biotech team doesn't take any detours and heads to Central Square. They didn't even stop for snacks. Performers specializing in folk music play an unfamiliar song. The Gaia Biotech researchers stop in front of the band and join the other spectators in watching the show.
Fish infected by parasites usually don't look any different from the rest of the school. But when predators appear, parasitized fish are oblivious to the danger and will take risks. Meanwhile, the uninfected fish flee.
Yeah, I forgot. Like, fish got their own, like, kinds of parasites.
In that moment, they believe they can defeat their predators. Let's see who's lucky enough to have the privilege of entering Whalefall City.
He has become Raphael the Hedgehog. Can't you see all of me? I'm sorry. As the melodious music reaches its finale, Raphael signals for me to stay put. Then he quickly moves behind a statue across the square and partially reveals himself. One of the band members makes eye contact with Raphael. With the crowd separating with them, Raphael nods and the musician frowns before leaving. The next song begins. The audience pays little to no attention to the unremarkable band member who left midway through the performance. Geez, he basically told the worst guy to just get out of there. Except for the three Gaia Biotech researchers. Directly behind them, I can see the three silently exchanging signals with their eyes. Then they break away and head towards Raphael's position. The fish is fishing? Interesting. Up ahead, Raphael and the band members flicker in and out of view. They're about to disappear outside the square. When the three researchers quicken their pace, I silently speed up to follow them. Run, 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 run. At the base of a courtyard wall adorned with seashells, the three Gaia Biotech researchers are furtively listening for any sound on the other side. Their faces contort with shifty, rat-like expressions. Shortly after, they leave the alley with those same expressions. They pass under the second door building where I'm hiding.
No doubt about it. That's Whalefall City.
Just as they're about to enter, we should also.
We're lucky to get what we want without any effort.
We gotta tell the boss! They make no attempts to hide their greed, and a disgusting chill runs down my spine. Ugh. Then I sense someone looking at me, and I raise my head. Raphael's waving at me from the base of a nearby courtyard wall. I quietly climb down and dart to his side.
I knew you couldn't stay out of it. Now you're an observer watching the observers.
But who watches the watchmen? They were acting suspicious. My professional intuition was triggered the moment I saw them. I overheard the conversation. They're trying to enter Whalefall City.
I'm not surprised. They know I'm special, and they have speculations about my connection to Lemurians. But that's not enough to confirm anything. I let out some information about us knowing how to enter Whalefall City. I also included a tidbit about its treasures and its power surpassing Whalefall Acropolis. Only those who were involved in destroying Whalefall Acropolis would understand what I'm referring to.
He observed the alley where the group has disappeared into, his cold gaze revealing unwavering determination.
When it was destroyed,
Memories stir and his voice trails off. After being lost in thought for a moment, his gaze refocuses.
I escaped by sheer chance, but I never saw the invader's face. For years, I hunted for clues. It was the only choice I had. And in time, I fished them out one by one. They were particularly well hidden. If Whalefall City's allure wasn't so powerful, we wouldn't have been able to force them to surface.
The trap has been set, and they haven't even noticed the real danger yet. They've been parasitized by their own greed.
All we need to do now is wait a little longer.
Being sneaky. As soon as we return to the guest house and walk through the lobby, Raphael and I hear hushed whispers from the courtyard. When we open the door, we see numerous Lemurians have gathered. They talk in small clusters. Aiden is among them. When he sees us, he walks over.
Miss, Raphael, did you hear the echo?
Regretfully, I shake my head and the sparkle in Aiden's eye dims.
You haven't. Then Aunt Coralia didn't go back to Whalefall City.
How long has it been since the predicted time?
1 hour.
It's too long.
I don't know, maybe the echo's on a time delay. I exchange a glance with Raphael. We're thinking the same thing. The Sea Moon Ceremony's echo most likely won't appear. The whispers gradually fade as everyone reads the answer on Raphael's face. Quite a few people, like Aiden, have been eagerly waiting for it. They all look at Raphael as if they placed their hopes on him. I can't bear to look at their disappointed expressions. In the agonizing silence, I move to Raphael's side and tenderly brush the back of my hand against his. Do you want to go for a walk on the beach?
No.
This demo I found is good, but sorting through all my Steam games is a nightmare. Yeah, the Steam backlog is real. I was wondering if the echo is really quiet. We can't hear it from here, right? Why don't we go to the beach and wait a little longer? As I offer this flimsy excuse, the tension in Raphael's shoulders and neck eases.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, we're going for a walk. Walkies. Chat, we're going for walkies. Oh, use your Steam library for the games. I gotcha. Okay. Tonight's moonlight isn't bright. Clouds covered the moon, which leaves the seaside shrouded in darkness. I step into the seawater, and I'm surprised to discover that it glows with a luminescent blue light when I disturb it. Where I disturb it. I crouch down and place my hand in the water. Blue light radiates, which creates a dreamy scene from a fairy tale. Raphael, I think I've become a magician.
There are sea fireflies in the water. When disturbed, they emit light. By the way, you're scaring them, cutie. They might die from shock.
Why are you putting that on my conscience? What? I quickly pull my hand out, and Raphael crouches, smiling. He wraps my wrist and guides it back.
Just kidding. they're not that fragile. This is a normal bioluminescent phenomenon in certain oceans.
I knew that. I knew that. Holding Raphael's hand, I draw an arc through the seawater. A beautiful sapphire line of light trails behind. The fluorescence shines on our blurry reflections. The waves crash and tear us apart before quickly mending us back together.
There are many transparent creatures in the ocean that don't emit light. They live in the deep sea and play a part in the ocean's ecosystem. Sunlight can't reach them. When I was young, I used flames to play with them. Their transparent bodies would take on the colors that were created when firelight and seawater merged.
Is it like your paintings from Raymond's collection?
They're more ethereal. But why did you think of that painting?
I mean, you know, you really don't forget your first murder painting. Aunt Coralia reminded me of what you said about Lemurians needing to return to the sea after death. Then, at Raymond's house... She died a long time ago. If we find a way back to Whalefall City, would her soul return there?
For Whalefall City, time has never been an issue.
The restless waves in my heart settle. Words are interspersed in the moments between the rise and fall of the waves. They become silent again. I reach into the sea with both hands. Sea fireflies, please carry our wishes to the deep sea, and let those who have passed away send their echoes. I beg you. I open my eyes to find Raphael looking at me. His eyes reflect those blue specks of bioluminescence. What? When people feel hopeless, they're capable of doing anything. I'd even go so far as to make a wish to the sea god. You know, the sea god who's totally not right here next to me.
I was thinking about how sea fireflies would carry our wishes when they can't speak.
You're ruining the magic! I grab his hand and dip it into the seawater. Oh, great sea god. Can't you communicate with the sea creatures? Try it. Ask the sea fireflies to deliver our message.
Okay. I'll give it a try.
Yay. Raphael closes his eyes.
Sea fireflies, if they reach Whalefall City, please have them send a message back. This is like an urgent express delivery. Thanks.
The luminous blue specks flutter and pulse in the waves as if they actually understand what we said. The waves suddenly surge and the sky seems to grow dark. The moon continues to rise while time flows past us. For some reason, the sound of the wave stops. No echo returns.
The tide is rising. It's not safe to stay at the shore. Let's head back.
But... Raphael reaches out and smooths my hair that the wind tousled. Every time I hang out with this man, there's like some form of toosling going on.
Works in fairy tales. Miracles always wait until the end of the story. We knew this would happen.
So the sea moon ceremony bringing Lemurians back to Whalefall City is just a legend.
When I was a kid, I once heard a bedtime story about the first Lemurian sea god. According to the legend, the sea god disappeared into a golden sea for the sake of Whalefall City.
Uh-huh.
The sea god's lover searched the world, but when she finally found him, he had already entered an eternal slumber. Her tears of blood fell onto the ring that symbolized their covenant, their bond. Then golden waves surged across the sea. A conch-shaped vessel rose from the ocean's depths and drifted toward them. That night, moonlight guided their way. The vessel carried the sleeping sea god and his lover back to Whalefall City. The funeral of the first sea god is the origin of the sea moon ceremony.
Raphael's gaze lands on the distant silver waves where several seabirds gracefully fly past. The tides ebb and flow. Maybe the first sea god once heard the same waves we're hearing today.
Yeah. So maybe these legends really did happen.
What do you mean?
While searching for the mastermind behind the invasion and looting of Whalefall Acropolis, I saw that ring. We lived in the Acropolis of the royal capital, hiding countless treasures unknown even to the Lemurians. That modest-looking ring, however, went unnoticed and soon vanished in the flow of gold and trade.
Now it's time to return it to its rightful owner.
The person who took it knows it's one of Lemuria's most precious treasures now. He'll only exchange it for something more valuable.
A meaningful look slowly appears on his face.
Of course, this never should have been a deal in the first place. So, I have an idea. Are you willing to?
Yes. Yes. I have no desire to ask him about his idea. Deep down, I might have already been looking forward to causing a bit of trouble with them. The rising tides catches up to us. Raphael takes my hand and helps me stand. We trudge towards the shore. The tide is like a melody I can't bear to leave behind. I tug his hand and pull him back. I still want to wait for the echo. I don't want to give up until the very last moment.
Okay.
We sit down on the seawall. Raphael positions himself on the windward side to shield me from the cold. Until the sea's bioluminescent glow fades and the first hint of dawn appears on the horizon. On the beach, the only echoes I hear are from the waves perpetually lapping against the shore. Aw, sadness. Sad times. Islands as pawns. We're getting close, guys. I can feel it. We're also getting pretty close to ad break, too. Inside the room, the curtains are tightly drawn to prevent the faintest traces of sunlight and sound from penetrating the stagnant air. And I guess a bunch of people are also logging onto BattleNet. The time spent waiting stretches, seemingly pulled taut by invisible, intangible radio waves. They tug at the nerves of whoever might be on the either end. Before the third ring is about to end, he answers the call.
Mr. Sutherland.
Our talented artist has kept me waiting.
It's this guy.
I brought you what you wanted, Raphael. So when will you uphold your end of the deal?
Of course. I have her with me right now.
Oh no, Raphael, you're not.
However, what you've brought is only enough for me to deliver her.
Raphael.
Whether or not you can subdue her depends on your skills.
Don't worry. I'm eager to end this quickly. But Wave Chaser Island hasn't been peaceful lately, right?
It's just a storm that won't create real waves. If you're scared, you don't have to visit the island.
Very well. My greatest virtue is that I never pretend to be brave. I'll humbly await your presence at Verona's breakwater at 4 p.m.
The call ends, and the phone nimbly twirls between Raphael's fingers. He pauses to capture the image of the glistening glass by the window. I take a big gulp of my iced mint lemonade before opening the curtains. Swoosh! Blinding sunlight floods the room. I didn't dare to drink anything while you were talking. You two spoke for so long that the ice almost melted.
Please. I'm here performing a scene with conspiracy and betrayal, only to see you basking in the sun. With a cold drink, I might add. How am I supposed to stay in character?
Okay, so we're in on it. The glass finds its way into his hands, and the liquid is gone within seconds.
That guy dares to steal business from Ever for his own benefit. You can imagine how alert he must be.
So when he asked you about me, it must have been for...
the Ether Core.
He's a coward, but he has quite the appetite. Perched on the small table next to him, I watch Raphael drink water. I cross my arms and narrow my eyes. Be honest with me, was I part of your deal with him since the beginning?
No. It's more like taking advantage of what was available. What can I do when the most precious treasure I have is...
me. Raphael sets down his glass and turns it on the table. He watches it refract radiant light.
So you're well aware. I'll give you credit for guessing correctly.
At least I don't need to act as someone else. On your home turf, I'm sure Mr. Sutherland won't be too particular about it. Raphael rests his chin on his hand and tilts his face towards me, idly brushing a fingertip over the droplets beading along the glass.
Two big shots like us putting on a special performance for him. It's only fair that he pays up. Since he's afraid of being watched by Gaia Biotech and doesn't dare to visit the island, I can probably guess the location he chose for the deal. On Verona's southern breakwater, there's a center with a small brain-computer interface. After they started researching protocors, Ever abandoned the project. It's hard to say if that's a good or bad thing.
Why is this place special?
There's not a soul in sight for 3 kilometers, which is perfect for double-crossing people.
The ice cubes in my glass lose their balance and clink as they fall. Raphael and I exchange a glance and grin like a pair of conspiring villains. That's right, we're outsmarting him. The helicopter lands behind a breakwater on the desolate stretch of Verona's coastline. Raphael leaps onto the ground while carrying me. Let go of me!
Struggle anymore and I'll drop you. There are man-eating fish waiting for you. Not even your bones will remain once their stomachs are full. Wait a bit. Then use your resonance evil to check and see if he has anything with abnormal energy. That'll be our target.
Okay. I mean, oh, how horrible. My face is covered and I can't see anything clearly. Supporting my arm, Raphael guides me. A kidnapper being this gentle. Won't someone see right through our act? Raphael, be rougher. Don't blow our cover when we barely started.
Relax a bit and follow my lead. You won't get hurt.
After our whispers end, Raphael presses his hand against my back and shoves me forward forcefully. Suppressing my defensive reflex, I stumble several steps and go with the momentum. To onlookers, I appear to be a victim who almost falls. Fortunately, the path isn't very long, and I soon hear the sounds of a heavy iron door opening ahead of us. The elevator descends, and it takes us deeper underground. Sutherland has already arrived. His guard leads us to one of the floors, and Raphael pushes me out of the elevator. Our guide, probably believing there won't be any serious issues now, finally removes the covering from my head. We do got an ad break starting here soon, so once that gets rolling, we'll have the button up for you guys' enjoyment. Actually, let's go ahead and get that up now. Let's go ahead and get that up now so you guys can enjoy before ad break kicks in. You know, if it would stop being slow, that'd be nice. People entering World Warcraft. Alright, we will see you guys after the ad break. Enjoy your button, and I'll see you soon. One day we'll get past level 1, chat. I trust and I believe. Thank you guys for taking part in that while we have our little ad breaks. I appreciate that. Especially those of you who got like Nitro and stuff. You're doing good before the ad. I know, man. I know. Like, these little games are like definitely more geared towards like people who are subscribed and are able to do that during the ad break. So we'll figure something out for you guys. One day we'll get you guys a win. We'll get you past level 1. I promise. I promise. But for now, I've got to throw Spotify out the window. Goopy Spotify. Alright. Right. I exchange a glance with Raphael before discreetly surveying our surroundings. I note the positions of several guards without showing any reaction.
Both of you need to wait here.
Many wanderers are hiding here. Oh, wanderers? In the corner of the reception room, several malformed figures remain motionless. It's as if they're objects. But their energy fluctuations keep me on edge. I find an opportunity to subtly signal Raphael to keep his distance.
They even lined up to welcome us. They're so polite.
Don't move. These things only obey their leader's commands. If you provoke them, I won't be able to save you.
But I'm so good at provocation. From this angle, I can't see Raphael's expression, but the hand gripping my arm gives me a gentle squeeze to silently reassure me.
Then why do we have to wait here? And how long do we have to wait?
Hang on. My chair was on my headphone cable. That could have been a problem.
The equipment's still being prepared. It'll take at least another hour.
Oh no, not another hour. So, you guys got games on your phone or something? Equipment.
This wasn't part of the deal.
The boss said the higher-ups require a protocore verification.
My arm is tapped. It's a secret signal Raphael and I established beforehand. Secret.
If anything unexpected happens, run.
Okay. I have to leave you behind?
Can you really do that, though? Just run. I'll catch you and bring you back. If we show the exchange is unstable, we can demand to speed up the process.
As we discussed before, resistance will make it look more convincing. I spin around abruptly, using the momentum to break free from Raphael. I pull out the gun they failed to find during the pat-down. Just as the guard reacts, I run while Raphael provides cover. I take the guard down and immediately make a break for it.
Squad number 2.
Run. This bun's out of here!
Your men are too clumsy. Since they're bound to damage valuable cargo, let's not risk it.
Okay, I'm back.
I'll handle this.
I sprint back along the path that I took and hide in place where the corridor splits. From the darkness, the sound of unhurried footsteps approaches. He's here. Raphael.
Don't come any closer.
Shush. Bear with it, okay?
Well, fine. Also, Raph ladies, you're welcome.
I'm here. No greeting?
You kept your word. I'm certain our cooperation will be pleasant this time as well.
Rushing. Forcibly seizing power that's beyond your capability won't make you stronger. You'll only burn yourself in the end. Are you sure you can handle this power?
Rest assured, I have no intention of claiming the protocore.
Good. So what about the thing I want?
I have it. However, I need to verify the ether core.
Of course, but unfortunately the ether core's power is difficult to control. You need trust and permission. If that doesn't work, you need to use some outside assistance. You see, the threat of fear and death is the best method for awakening potential. It's simple.
All right, Raft Girls, how many of you are having a good time here? Just want to ask, the Raphael girlies, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, at least, like, how dead were you at this moment?
That's the signal.
Powerful resonance. Blech. Grab him. What up?
You two are.
Catch.
Yep.
Why are you in a rush? Since we have a deal, we can't let our performance be for nothing. The thing you brought. I'll take it. Let's go.
She gets that line is hidden. Bonk.
Behind you.
Oh, this is his special outfit.
The rest is yours.
Blap, blap, blap.
There was no applause, but the audience was thrilled.
Let me just Doom 2016 these guys. Come on. Whale Ash and Lighthouse. We're getting close, guys. I can feel it. We leap from the breakwater and land on the yacht we prepared in advance. White waves surge around our vessel as we leave the harbor. Raphael sits at the bow and slowly spins the ring on his fingertip.
You're holding out your hand. What are you trying to imply?
Marriage! My performance fee?
I'll pay once we've returned to Wave Chaser Island.
It was an intense workout. I deserve a large payment, don't you think?
You're the leading actress. It's your call.
I look at the ring in his hand. A sea breeze sweeps across the bow, and his clothes flutter like a swaying tail fin. The usual scent permeates the air. Raphael and I turn at the same time to see the dark clouds intruding. There's a storm approaching Verona's waters. The small yacht races at full speed. It carves a gash with curling white edges across the dark seawater. Moving, 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 right. After a large wave passes, I grip the control panel to steady myself as Raphael adjusts our course. We're trying to stay away from the eye of the storm. Rain pounds against the cabin windows, and rainwater quickly accumulates. The windshield wipers can't clear it away fast enough. Raphael, this is a small storm to you?
Of course. These waves couldn't even dislodge a starfish from the bottom of a reef.
Oh yeah, mostly because, the starfish is at the bottom of the reef.
If you're really worried, don't look down.
His reminder has the opposite effect. I glance outside.
For creatures who didn't grow up here, The sea is terrifying during a storm. The murky waters become impossibly deep, and the churning waves seem to herald the arrival of a massive creature that's about to emerge from the bottom of the ocean.
Godzilla? We gonna see Godzilla? Any Godzilla? No? No Godzilla? No? No. It's here to offer treasures. So it's here to offer the deep sea's treasures to the sea god. You're very devoted. Seeing that I'm not scared, Raphael's smile slightly widens.
If the rocking is making you dizzy, you can take a nap at the back of the cabin.
I'm afraid I'll get thrown onto the floor if I do. During times like this, staying with you makes me feel safer.
Even though I'm the sea god, I can't calm stormy waves right now. I can soothe you, though. Found it.
A beam of light pierces through the gale and the heavy rain. It illuminates the dark sea. It's a lighthouse. We should be able to dock there.
An offshore lighthouse that's built on a small reef. It's only big enough for the structure to stand on. It'll be enough to serve as our temporary shelter, though.
Waves crash down like giant hands, but our yacht breaks through the wall of water. We head to the distant lighthouse that's immovable like a mountain. The lighthouse keeper is seemingly accustomed to visitors who get soaked in the rain. Like us, she guides us up the structure so we can rest. Blah, blah, blah. Words, I can do those. Despite it still being daytime, the world outside already resembles the time between dusk and night. Thank you. We'll sit in here for a bit and won't take up any more of your time. The silent lighthouse keeper nods. She quietly prepares a pot of hot water and some compressed dry snacks for us before returning to her post. This is perfect. I was a little hungry and we met a nice person. What's so funny? Your smile's kind of weird.
Take a closer look at the food you got, cutie.
The opaque craft paper packaging looks simple and clean. I figured it probably contains biscuits, jerky, or other non-perishable foods that's suitable for storage. As soon as I break the seal, an intense oceanic smell hits me. It's so fishy that my face contorts. What is this?
I could smell it 800 meters away. Do you want to guess what kind of person would dare to guard this isolated lighthouse alone? It's basically in the heart of the ocean.
She's also a Lemurian. Why didn't you say so hello to her?
Not every Lemurian is as outgoing and friendly as me, you know. She probably never expected anyone to brave the elements to visit her, even when she hid herself away from everything.
No wonder she seemed to relax when we let her go about her business. Raphael quietly laughs again as he places several pieces of unrecognizable dried fish into a titanium cup and pours hot water over them.
Don't give me that look. It's just been cured with seawater. It'll become delicious after you let it soak for a bit. Be patient.
Amid the rising steam, the air seems to grow humid and salty. I wrinkle my nose as I notice the scent of melting fat and wax. Raphael, do you smell that?
She's lighting the lamp.
The one in the lighthouse?
In Lemuria, we have structures similar to lighthouses. They're called whale ash gardens. When the oceans were still uncharted, traveling Lemurians would build simple waypoints in places where whales died.
Ew.
The whale ash serves as an underwater lighthouse. It offers shelter to those who have temporarily lost their way and allows them to regain their bearings. Traveling with whale ash lamps was once a popular tradition in Lemuria, but hardly anyone remembers it now.
Then she must have lived for a very long time. Lighting the whale ash lamp serves as a reminder to not lose sight of your destination, and more importantly, it ensures you never forget your starting point. It also smells like whale. Is she thinking about Whalefall Acropolis she can never return to, or the long-lost Whalefall City? The cold water touches the wooden floor and quickly seeps through the cracks. When the cup is refilled, the taste becomes fresher. But the salty bitterness spreading from my chest to my throat only intensifies. Once the storm passes, we'll have to return to Wave Chaser Island to perform another Sea Moon ceremony. If we succeed, where will Raphael go once everything is over? Raphael, you said you wouldn't remain in Whalefall City because it's one part of your journey. It's not your final destination. I think it's good that you succeed in your revenge. Sorry, getting notifications here. Your life afterward might be more carefree. I pause before trying to sound like I'm making a joke. Maybe you can fully devote yourself to painting. Go beyond your limits. Take your artistic accomplishments to the next level. But then, assuming that's the case, do you have a reason to stay in Lincoln City? Staring at him, I grip the edge of the craft paper package. I'm unwilling to hear another evasive answer from his lips. What I want to ask, it's not about staying here or staying in Lincoln City, rather. On an ordinary weekend, an idle afternoon, or a meaningless normal day, like an actual meaningless day, when I want to see you, will you still be by my side?
It's hard to say.
Bro could have just said nah, and it would have been the funniest thing.
According to your vision, I'll surpass my limits and ascend to the next level. Doesn't that mean I'm devoting myself to art and only art? I guess a talented artist doesn't deserve to have mundane days. Unbelievable.
Hey!
Setting aside these meaningless scenarios, you only have one question to ask, and I only have one answer to give. I've walked a very, very long road, but throughout my journey, the same light has guided me. And it's not just my guide, it's the true destination of my fate.
Fated lovers. If we consider a Lemurian's lifespan, can a single light accompany you for that long?
Maybe not. What you see now could just be a drop in the vast ocean.
The ocean.
And as time passes, you might discover that you're the one who journeys the farthest.
I mean, she is kind of just made up of, you know, all the space hula-doo and all that stuff. So it's possible, you know, through the cycle of reincarnation and stuff like that. Maybe. Thanks to Raphael's boiling method, the dried fish is ready. I devoured 3 pieces. Then another thought crosses my mind. I pretend to hold a microphone and hold it up to Raphael's mouth. Can you prepare a comment? I have a question for our respectable sea god. What new mission will you undertake after completing your revenge? Will you lead the Lemurians to rebuild their homeland? Take your time. A small fishtail peeks out from his big smile.
You think the sea god is a real estate tycoon?
You don't even listen to Lemurians' wishes or grant them?
The sea god isn't like human parents who secretly prepare gifts after hearing their child's birthday wishes.
Lame. That's disappointing. Then what do you do? Then what do the Lemurians make their wishes to?
The sea, the ocean nurtures all life. If you make a wish to the sea,
will it grant my wish?
The fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams in the ocean will eavesdrop.
Then my wish is to eat fresh fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams every day. I stare at Raphael as he lets out a hearty laugh. I tear off a piece of fish with my teeth and quickly find myself chuckling. By the time we finish the package, we notice the sound of crashing waves has noticeably subsided. Raphael goes to the door to check, then he turns back and reaches out to me.
The rain has stopped. Let's go.
Let's go! Hammed
Tonight
Holdy.
will be perfect for the sea moon ceremony.
Holdy hams. All right. Well, we're nearly halfway there, Chad. Whoa, thanks for hanging out. I might be getting a little silly and delirious, but you know, that's just normal Jake antics. Figures appear on the shallow waters reef. Silly Goofy. Yeah, silly Goofy. We're getting to that silly level of EP, but I am determined to finish this tonight. So we're just gonna be goofballs for the rest of this. Normal bunny activities. Exactly, Puma. You get me. Figures appear on the shallow waters reef. Waves dance across their scales as they shimmer with an ethereal glow. Chanting ancient Lemurian songs, they look at where the waves meet the moonlight. Talia's melodious singing fills the air. It's more ethereal and transcendent than what I heard at the previous sea moon ceremony. It seems like a blessing and a distant call. Hold Hammed. The ring rests in Raphael's palm as I place my hand over his. I feel the patterns beneath my hand. What are they singing?
It's a blessing for the sea god and his followers.
Don't fuck this up. We want to go home.
I haven't heard such an ancient melody in a very long time. Even in Lemuria's historical records, there's almost nothing about the sea god's funeral.
I think it's better to just call it the sea moon ceremony.
Lemurians don't fear death, but we have desires in our hearts. Even when we're far away from home, we'll never stop searching for a way back.
When Whalefall City still existed, did they already know they would leave one day?
Long ago, Lemuria had written prophecies about its fate.
Oh, so they saw it coming. The tome of the sea god you've been searching for.
Yeah. Maybe the search for prophecies is part of the prophecy.
I close my eyes and feel the cool touch of metal intertwined with the warmth of our clasped hands. I somehow sense the yearning behind those unfamiliar words.
According to the legend, we should be basking in the lingering echoes of the blessing and waiting for the conch vessel to appear.
For the conch?
Can you feel it?
Aw, shit. We don't share a language, but emotions are universal. After spending these past few days with them, I think I can guess what they're praying for. The sea breeze carries their songs to a sanctuary below the waves. It awakens the slumbering creatures that dwell within. Godzilla! That was not a Godzilla sound. Under the bright moon, several dolphins leap from the water as if welcoming the return of their ruler.
Tonight is perfect for going out to sea. So,
digital invitation.
Would you like to accompany me to the Lemurian royal capital, miss?
Yeah, but I didn't bring my swimsuit. The glistening waves behind him refract moonlight. Without any hesitation, I place my hand in his. I would be honored. Words seem to possess a calming power as the energy surrounding us harmonizes with the songs at the same frequency. It's filled to the brim with wishes and blessings. The sea churns and boils hearing the dirge. Then it spits at the boundary. Splits. Not spits, splits. That's a different word. At the boundary between the sky and the ocean as if a sharp blade cut through it. The fractured waves block out the moonlight as roaring currents retrieve long-forgotten wishes in the deep sea. The Lemurians gaze at the surging waters, their songs knocking on the sealed, dust-covered gates of their homeland. Waiting silently but in the sea, I sense something. There needs to be one more call. Resonate! When I grasp the ring in Raphael's palm, silvery white foam begins to surge between the parted waters. A massive glowing seashell gently rises. It's accompanied by an energy that feels familiar and strange. This is what I felt at the blue hole. Restraint, Jake. As if drawn in by a mysterious force, I unconsciously activate my eVault to sense that energy. The energy fluctuation shatters my thoughts. Nameless, chaotic noises puncture my mind like sharp spikes. And those sharp spikes are a shirtless man. Desiring the sincerest worship of mortals, thou must offer an irreplaceable object.
The sea god's heart, mine heart, dost thou want it?
That's me. Who am I talking to?
This is my promise to you. For 'tis Lemuria's vow, a bond everlasting.
I was right about it being marriage.
It's a simple melody, yet you still haven't learned it properly. Listen carefully. This is the last time I'll teach you.
What's going on? Now, with the power of our sea god's vow, our covenant, Raphael, obey my command. Reclaim this heart and end our everlasting bond. Oh, she's seeing the past. It feels like I've emerged from an exhaustingly long dream. Memories I never experienced seem to have found their host. They rush into my mind and merge with my very being before I realize it. It's as if they were always meant to be mine. Well, you know, reincarnation, that kind of stuff, merging back with the source, that kind of thing.
Are you awake?
When I open my eyes, I see the sky and moonlight. Dazed, I blink and try to move. I realize I'm being held in a warm embrace. What just happened?
You were probably affected by the ancient oceanic power lingering on this boat. It has weathered many years, so there might still be traces of its previous owners on it.
Remember the shards. But that power feels like... I meet Raphael's gaze. It's as clear as seawater, and it doesn't reveal a hint of deception. Did he also forget? Nah, I don't think he forgot. My heart faintly aches, and my mind still lingers in that memory. Scenes from the past keep replaying as if they're reminding me not to forget.
What are you humming?
Only then do I notice that I'm humming the melody I heard in either a dream or an illusion. If I told you I heard this song in a dream, would you believe me?
I guess you had an unusual dream. What else was in it?
You were shirtless. There were waves, flute, music, and... My emotions bear the weight of our covenant. The bond between us is heavy. I compose myself and smile at Raphael. You.
I knew it.
In my dream, you said you would teach me this song.
Oh, you just want to hear me sing. That's one roundabout way to make a request.
I didn't mean it like that, but since you made the suggestion... Flames are up from his palm before quickly dissipating. They're replaced with a luminescent conch. Is this another trick?
Even if I'm the most talented performer in the world, I need something to play music with. It's the first time I'm hearing this song, but...
Something made him roar. The sound overlaps with the one in my dream. For a moment, I can't tell where I am. Raphael uses his free hand to pull me toward him. I lean into his embrace and try to piece together those fragmented memories. Our covenant began even earlier than I thought. The melody pauses on a high note like waves as they touch the shore. They linger for a moment before flowing. With numerous questions in my mind that I can't ask right now, I immerse myself in the music until the interlude. You look more mature compared to back then. Girl, I think you're doing psych damage to him. The boat suddenly rocks as the music ceases, and flamulas anxiously leap from the water. They're seemingly giving us a warning. There's an undercurrent.
No. This is Whale Fall City.
Raphael sets down the conch and ignites a flame with his palm. It lights up the unfathomably deep waters.
It's responding to our call.
Ooh. Moonlight shines upon the pitch black sea as the boat is drawn in by an invisible force. It sways as it sails toward the massive whirlpool in the center of the ocean. Countless silvery white fish converge in a spiral where the currents meet. They eagerly rush towards the ocean's profound depths in the seabed.
Whale Fall City is below us. Hold on to me.
He holds me close. The seawater swallows the sky as we descend into the deep sea. Maelstrom? Exactly. We going into water. Alright, 6. Hidden treasure. We're getting close. Welcome to Wooter. Do buns know how to swim? Poorly. Nah. From what I understand, buns can swim fairly decently, but I don't think they're meant to be deep sea creatures. The weightlessness makes me lose all sense of direction. In my dizziness, a warmth touches my hand. Raphael.
I'm here.
My consciousness stabilizes itself before my body does. My vision gradually clears as I blink it repeatedly. What? An enormous skeleton carries our vessel through the water. When I look back, I can't even see where its tail ends.
Think of this giant whale skeleton as Whale Fall City's welcome ceremony.
We call him Flank.
Yep.
With wings?
Who says you can't fly underwater?
Sorry, I skipped that text. Hang on, it said a giant whale with wings. Ah. Surrounded by nothing but an endless blue expanse, we drift through the silent waters. It's impossible to judge distance or size without any light or shadow for reference. In this underwater quietness, I can only hear the echo of my own breathing in my chest, but the giant whale's skull begins to disappear inch by inch. Then its spine and wings. As it swims forward, the massive body is gradually devoured by the space around us. It disappears with each rhythmic movement. The bizarre sight makes me squeeze his hand, and he responds with a firmer squeeze.
Don't be afraid.
His words fade. My body passes through what feels like an invisible barrier. A gentle current envelops me before slowly releasing me on the other side. Huh? Oh, that's gorgeous. The world below the waves is bursting with color. One of the royal capital's ancient streets stretches across the deep sea, and there's a dome resembling moonlight. It's suspended high above the seafloor. Massive stone sculptures adorned with vibrant coral are arranged with a staggered pattern along both sides of the street. Alleyways formed by interlacing towers and buildings are spread out like finely woven net. They gradually disappear into the seawater. Part of these structures seem to emerge from the space-time rifts. They're like visitors from a distant world. No artificial light is needed as countless specks of light swirl through the water surrounding the buildings. Their brilliance surpasses even the Milky Ways. Everything around us is silent. It takes a long time for me to find my voice again. This is
Whalefall City.
The legendary lost civilization, the Lemurian spiritual homeland, appears before my eyes without any concealment. The giant well carries us as we float above the main avenue of the royal capital. Reflections from the seawater dance across stained glass windows. I feel as though these same colors danced in my eyes as well. Noticing his unusual silence, I subtly tightened my grip on his hand. I remember the Deep Space Academy had published a book on Lemuria. Water. Need it. According to it, Whalefall City slumbers in the abyssal deep sea. Its domes can reach past the sky.
They write as if they've seen it with their own eyes.
People tend to exaggerate stuff they've never seen. The more mysterious something is, the more fascinating it becomes.
Do you think it matches the descriptions in the book?
I lower my head. At the end of the street, specks of light drift around the highest spire. A bubble floats in front of me. When I gently poke it, it pops and scatters into more specks of light. Even attempting to describe it might be presumptuous.
Everyone has their own interpretation of Whalefall City. Archaeologists consider it a hidden treasure buried in the deep sea, while Lemurians view it as the true resting place for souls.
Souls? What about you? Raphael cups a bubble in his hand and gently crushes it until specks of light scatter. They gather and reform the bubble.
For the sea god, it's a mission infused in his blood. But right now, I'm thinking, if you hadn't accompanied me and I was sitting by myself with these skeletal remains.
Lost in musings, I can't guess. He shakes his head and smiles.
The fortunate one is me, not you.
The giant whale slowly moves its bone wings downward along the central path. The tips of my shoes almost graze the brick rooftops below.
We're here.
From the wide gaps between its bones, I see a plaza paved with white stones. Are they rimming intentionally? Stone statues at least twice the height of a person stand guard on both sides of a path. If that sculptor could see these, he'd probably spend several days and nights here. He'll crouch and study them.
You could say the ones who carved these were his ancestors.
Ew. These statues are at least 1,000 years old, right? Wouldn't it technically be the passing down of artistic traditions?
Genetic inheritance might be a more accurate term. But this place is the most refined embodiment of Lemurian art.
Really?
It's the sea god's temple.
A sense of deja vu crashes over me like a roaring waves. Astonished, I look up. A majestic temple stands at the end of my vision, its massive stone pillars supporting the domed ceiling like solid bones.
This place is our only option if we want to truly open the path to Whalefall City.
An inexplicable thought appears in my head. I lean forward to get a closer look.
Why do you appear more anxious than me?
Raphael pulls me back to where I was originally. He's not in a hurry to return to his temple that should be rightfully his.
Sit tight. We're almost there.
Raphael?
What's wrong? Do you think being here will upset me?
It's more than that. I'd like it if you didn't keep everything bottled up inside. You know. From this angle, I can't make out Raphael's expression, but I hear a soft sigh.
It appeared at the wrong place in the wrong time. The more attached we become, the harder it will be to let go when we must part.
Aren't you worried that Gaia Biotech or ever would stop at nothing to get their hands on Whalefall City?
Once Whalefall City fully reveals itself, our people will have no reason not to return. However, it'd make all of them targets.
That's true.
Today's Lemurians can't rely on Whalefall City to protect them from everything. Using it to defend against Ever is a pipe dream. When Whalefall Acropolis was destroyed, we still had Whalefall City as our sanctuary. If it also... The peaceful life Lemurians have struggled to rebuild can't be allowed to crumble again.
The wrong place, the wrong time, yet he still wants to seize this less than ideal opportunity to do something. It's for himself and the Lemurians, who instead of making wishes worry about him seeking revenge alone. Let's do the right thing even in these wrong circumstances. The giant whale delivers us to the central plaza in front of the Sea God's temple. Then it flaps its enormous wings and floats back up to hover above the royal capital. The wings stir up a gust that sweeps scattered stone fragments across the ground. I look around and find the source of the debris. A circle of diverse stone statues surround the front part of the Sea God's temple. They're blocking the entrance. At the forefront stands a humanoid statue. It towers before a stone pillar, its figure hunched and tilted awkwardly to one side. Are these statues here for a ritual? Ah, Raphael, did you see that? Did that statue just move? Meeting Raphael's gaze, I quickly raise both hands. It wasn't me. I didn't touch it. Maybe it's being corroded?
I know. Come over here.
Metaflux! As I step back, the crack spreads out in all directions. Countless fissures appear, and stone fragments rain down like a sudden downpour. From within this rolling cloud of dust, a figure slowly steps forward. The long spear materializes, its cold gleam flashing. A column of water shaped like a sea beast roars in our direction.
Under his quintessence's orders, outsiders are forbidden from setting foot in Whalefall City.
When'd you get here, Poseidon? Oh, look at us. We're so pretty. And he's so shirtless. Alright, guys. Time to stare at the pretty fish.
The sea doesn't tolerate insults or sacrilege.
Sea Dragon.
These waters, the tide's judgment,
shall descend here and now.
I'll show you.
Sword.
Raphael,
Yeah, I hear you.
good job. Oh, sea god. I'm summoned.
I hear you.
My turn.
The tide's judgment
Shall descend here and now.
I do like the big sword swing.
Deep stirs.
You were too close to it.
Step, 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 step,
It
step.
recovered so fast.
the tide's judgment.
Shall descend here and now.
Give us.
Focus on staying safe.
Oh, sea god, I summon you.
I hear you.
You won't escape.
The tide's judgment
Shall descend here and now.
Apple.
The deep stirs.
Oh hey, we get the special attack. Up the
From
kid.
the ocean's depths.
where someone calls out my name forevermore.
Bring it on.
You were too close to it. It's almost over. Don't let her get away.
No one can escape the waves.
Yeah, we did it. Oh my god. Stone debris covers the plaza, and dust particles float in the seawater. The currents are dispersed. The immobilized old man stands in the center, his cloudy eyes becoming clear. His consciousness is slowly returning. He shuffles towards us, the remaining sand on his body falling with each step.
It's his quintessence's power. His quintessence.
We know each other?
The man approaches Raphael, his clothes slightly fluttering. Then he suddenly performs a deep, respectful bow.
Amund, Lemurian Elder, Guardian of Whalefall City.
Sit down and stay a while.
I've been waiting for the return of the Sea God.
His gaze becomes unfocused when Whalefall City is mentioned. The spear in his hand trembles violently as if triggered by a reflex. It supports him as he stands.
Outsiders are forbidden from setting foot in Whalefall City.
Amund, does that name mean anything to you?
At least he doesn't seem to be our enemy. This is just a guess, but he's been here for too long. He won't have a clear mind anytime soon.
Yeah, he's kind of on a repeat loop. Raphael circles Amund and helps him brush off the stone fragments from his body.
Amund, you said the sea god told you to stay here? His quintessence's orders?
Amund slowly recognizes Raphael's voice and gradually regains his composure.
Tens of millions of years ago, the sky and sea were inverted, and Whalefall was revived. Lemuria was about to reach its true fate, but his quintessence refused to accept. The sea god couldn't bear to lose the most precious. Most precious.
He's unable to finish his story. His gaze sweeps across the plaza before he slowly moves toward the temple. Raphael and I exchange a glance and follow him. The temple's massive stone doors are wrapped in seaweed, their original appearance no longer visible. Amund walks to the temple's entrance, laboriously raises both hands and places them on the stone doors.
The flame. The sea god incinerated his divine power in exchange.
The fire.
For some reason, a strange warmth wells up in my chest. It's as if a fragment of that flame is quietly burning within my heart.
His quintessence hid Whalefall City within deep space's rifts. Time ceased to flow, life never decayed, and everything became eternal. But the world's flames and all that exists will eventually be extinguished. Only when the sea god sacrifices everything once more to ignite the alcove's flame. Then his quintessence and Whalefall City will return. They shall return to where it all began.
Amund's words falter for a moment, and his gaze moves to me before returning to Raphael.
Whalefall City will respond to its true ruler.
The sound of an engine that doesn't belong to Whalefall City stirs up the seawater. Raphael turns to the waters beyond the temple. His gaze is increasingly sharp.
Before that happens, this place might need a few sacrifices.
Following Raphael's gaze, I look towards Whitefall City's outskirts. Several massive submarines are approaching us.
The fish have swum into our net.
Raphael steps forward and positions himself in front of me and Amund. Flames ignite from his palm, and they transform into fiery threads that spread outside the temple.
Don't let their blood defile this place.
Oh, you gonna blow them all up now. The submarine speeds through the ocean as sunlight dims. They've already entered the Mesopelagic zone? With visibility obstructed, the submarines activate sonar navigation as they advance.
The sonar has detected underwater structures. Could it be Whalefall City?
We've been following that vessel this whole time. We can't be wrong.
Greedy. After marking the coordinates, the submarines head towards the structures that descend into the pitch-black the bath zone. Suddenly, ethereal singing resounds from the ocean depths, as if it's guiding lost travelers to their destination. Ethereal. Flat seabed gives way to a cliff. A strange glow emanates from its base. The submarine travels to a cliff's edge and crosses an underwater valley. Their passengers see the source of the mysterious glow. It's a dreamlike, magnificent city. Magnificent. Oh my god. I'm cooked. Giant pearls adorn stone carvings. Gold and silver thread intertwine the city's pillars, and large roads paved in jade stretch endlessly. Everyone rushes to crowd around the portholes. In awe, they exclaim upon seeing the magnificent city.
That must be Whalefall City. I heard it's filled with countless treasures. It definitely hasn't disappointed us.
The submarine's cargo capacity is limited. It'll take some time to transport everything back.
Cheers erupt throughout the submarine, but no one notices they've already veered off course. When the city dissolves into a mirage in the water, an alarm blares. That's when these greedy souls realize something is wrong.
What's going on? Who changed our course?
It's not that. Our coordinates have changed.
We've lost control. The submarine is...
The seabed rises as towering rocks walls erupt from the ground and encircle the submarine. The figure of a young man stands on the cliff, solemn and majestic like a god of the sea. He looks down from afar. His expression is seemingly compassionate and indifferent. The Lemurian court has finally received its overdue sinners. He's gonna eat them. You gonna like serve them up on a platter and stuff like that? Yeah, that's what you're gonna do. Final movement. We're getting close. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. We're almost there. The singing ceases at the climax, and the intruders' minds are momentarily disoriented, but they soon come to their senses. Raphael?
They'll offer their mortal remains to the Lemurian court. After today, those whose hands are stained with Lemurian blood will vanish from this world forever.
Without the ethereal singing, the bottom of the valley once again becomes chaotic and murky. The intruders' survival instincts make them crawl on the ground in contorted postures. But Raphael doesn't spare these people a glance. His gaze is fixed on a place far away from the cliff. It's as if he's trying to peer through time's veil to witness a past that's been buried.
It's coming to an end.
There's a barely perceptible tremor. Meanwhile, some of the intruders finally regain consciousness. Still unaware of where they are, they frantically grab their weapons.
Where are we? Forget about that. Just take them out.
Up, we got ads kicking in. You guys know the deal. We'll take our 3 minutes. You know, we'll let Raphael have some alone time with his new guests while we play with Button. Does that sound good? Yeah. I think that sounds good to me. All right. Let me set up the words. Why is the site so slow? Why? Website plus. There we go. All right. Enjoy your button. We'll be back soon. Good job on clearing level 1, though, guys. Hell yeah. See, I knew we could do it. I believed. Thank you, Sevi and Metal Wolf, for ruling that round. But unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, we got to get back to the men. We're in the business of finishing with our men. Wait, that sounded wrong. That sounded wrong. Get out of here, Spotify. I mean... Thank you, Savvy. Love you, bro. Okay. Let's see Raphael barbecue these guys. The researchers... Oh no, people are burning, exactly. The researchers cry out in pain as they burn. Ah! More weapons are dismantled by fire as Raphael silently observes them. Even so, he has yet to bring his ballad of vengeance into its final movement. More people are regaining consciousness. The rising flames keep me protected while I tightly hold Raphael's hand. I can't rush him, and I don't want to. It's his right to decide when and how to end this bloody history that spanned more than a decade. Hand holding in this economy? I know, right? Like, look, she's just trying to get all these dudes babies. The rock wall fractures. Its cracks of various sizes. It can't support us anymore. Raphael brings me to a protruding rock near the seabed, but it won't last long. The sniper rifle hidden behind a stone pillar emits smoke as a bullet heads straight for Raphael. It's that flame, could you not? It centimeters away from striking his chest, but the metal bullet is intercepted by flames. It explodes into a small bottle of fire. The attack pauses, and I use this chance to pull out my gun and kill the sniper.
You...
bnuuy girl. It's okay. I'll be fine. You can... I know you're not hesitating. What you can't let go of is that part of your past, and your people who aren't here anymore. I'll stay with you until you decide to end this. The ground beneath our feet violently shakes as the energy fluctuations manifest from various corners. It's a sonar weapon that specializes in killing the Murians! Every wall trembles with an invisible force. It sends dust and rock fragments flying. I use my evol to target the focal point of the metaflux, but he stops me.
You've stayed by my side long enough. I'll take care of the rest.
Don't mind me, I gotta go out in a blaze of edgelord glory, because I am Raphael the Hedgehog, the ultimate fish form.
The weapon has been working. That's impossible. Increase the firepower.
Thanks, Metal Wolf.
Without reaching its limit, where's the suppressive fire from our flanks?
He's up. Can you let me read? He steps forward and raises his arm in spite of the hail of bullets and thunderous vibrations. Fire smites his opponent like divine punishment. The massive metal container crashes as fear and rage fill the air. Seemingly realizing the true power of the man standing before them, several gun barrels rise in unison.
Whalefall Acropolis was a wonderful place. It was nowhere near as magnificent and spacious as the royal capital, but it was worthy of being called our home.
No one fires. The invaders exchange bewildered glances as if they don't believe the sea god will grant them mercy.
I once promised them that I'd find Whalefall City. I said I'd bring them back here.
And I'm very put off about it.
we'd live together. In these waters, we'd laugh and sing. I didn't make a vow to merely bring back their souls.
Raphael lowers his gaze to deliver the sea god's ultimate judgment.
The lives that were lost here shall be repaid with blood. It's been over a decade. I will end this once and for all.
Here's a... Fierce flames rise from the rock walls as distant tides roar like thunder. Terrified, everyone looks around. It's as if an invisible blade of judgment is hanging over their heads. Yeah, that's called the Sword of Damocles. Countless mist-like shadows surround the rock walls. They resemble the floating specks of light above Whalefall City as they coalesce into ethereal spirits. Bubbles. Naturally formless, they slowly gather towards the center, yet I can't make out their blurry figures. Frickin' bubbles! The flames surging towards the seabed are extinguished. It's as if they're afraid of harming the shadows. This is... Raphael doesn't reply. His gaze doesn't leave the seabed center. The singing grows more powerful as the shadows close in. The loaded weapons fall to the ground once more. Greed and delusions return to the invaders. An eerie stillness permeates the seabed as the shadows suddenly turn around.
You always said you'd bring us to Whalefall City. I thought you were bragging.
Jake, you've been streaming lads for 3 hours here, alright? I am determined to see this to the end. Lindsay, we are literally almost done with being caught up with MSQ. We are literally almost done.
You did it. You actually brought us back home.
Thank you, hon.
Raphael, you don't need me to cover for you when you sneak off to the shore anymore, right? Wait, you must be living on the surface already.
The Maestro tattled to Her Majesty on the day you went to the surface, saying you skipped class again. I wish I could attend the Maestro's classes again.
Has Aiden grown taller? Now that I'm gone, I wonder where he goes when he skips class. Please deliver a message for me next time you see him.
Tell him to sit down and stay a while and learn about the stories of Diablo.
Whalefall City isn't that exciting. It's nowhere near as good as life on land. Tell him to take his time coming back.
I hold Raphael's hand. I can still feel the subtle trembling in his palm. She will soon be pregnant.
It's you.
You still look the same as you did when you snuck off to the shore, but you've grown up. You resemble the sea god more than I had expected.
His hand suddenly tightens as the man's spirit stirs Raphael's emotion. Another shadow appears and stands shoulder to shoulder with him. In the blink of an eye, the shadow draws near. It slowly raises what appears to be an arm made of swirling light and darkness. The trembling in his hand grows more intense. Raphael seemingly wants to grasp that shadow, but he's unable to touch it, and his hand remains suspended in midair. Across time's vastness, across the boundary between life and death, their hands gently overlap. Can you see all of me walk into
These
my
are hands that
mystery?
should hold paintbrushes. Hatred and bloodshed should never stain them. Go now, my dear boy. Go to where you truly belong.
It's his mother.
No matter where life takes you, I hope you can find happiness.
Raphael will now become pregnant? Yes, he'll become pregnant with fish. The mist-like figures approach Raphael one by one, smiling. Seahorse style, exactly. Like, just many babies on his back. They wave goodbye and gather once more around the invaders. The singing around them suddenly becomes ethereal and otherworldly. It's like the most distant of whale songs from the ocean's depths. The frenzied invaders gradually quiet down, their facial features twisting into bizarre shapes. It's like Fist of the North Star. They pick up broken stones and sand from the ground and stuff every pocket to the brim. The singing reaches a crescendo as Lemurian souls encircle them. They're like deep-sea predators about to strike. A bloody mist surges from with the song as invisible fangs pierce the throat of every invader. Greed and blood congeal into a foul trickle. They glow beneath the spirit's feet that never touch the ground. The screams reverberate through the court for what feels like an eternity. Amidst the ceaseless song, I can't see Raphael's expression. What do you mean? It's right here. Look at him. Look, it's right here. It's literally right there. I only sense that his gaze remains fixed on a single place for a long time. When the melody is about to end, only then does he take my hand and slowly lead me away. And he gives a deep bow to the chaotic ocean floor filled with devastation and laments. Leaving the court and following Amun's guidance, I silently approach Raphael. As our fingers intertwine, he silently takes my hand. Is it okay to let them deal with Gaia Biotech's people?
They've been waiting for this day for a long time.
Yeah, they're very hungry, apparently. His fingers have tightened around mine, and the ring that summons the conch vessel leaves a mark between our knuckles.
This ring, when I was little, I used to sneak off with it. I always played with it.
I would go off to the side and be like, "Yes, my precious."
The queen told me it belonged to the sea god. When I grew up, she'd give it to me herself.
You and the queen?
She's Talia's older sister, and the one who raised me. My mother.
The mumfter. My chest feels like it's stuffed with damp cotton. It tightens and aches, and I can sense a heavy weight. Before I could even speak, he seems to have already guessed what I'm thinking. Raphael continues, turning his face slightly to reveal a smile tinged with relief.
Back when I didn't understand what being the sea god meant, the king and queen told me it was a beautiful aspiration. That's why I could play with the Lemurian children who were around my age, get punished by the king when I caused trouble, and be teased by my friends. Everything in Whalefall Acropolis was as free as the ocean. Until that day.
Until that day. Before our eyes, red seawater seems to emerge. Then it slowly fades away with the song. The water returns to its original clarity. Scattered memories from Raphael's past merge into a complete picture. You had a happy childhood. Actually, hearing you talk about this makes me glad. You had so many people by your side. They worried for you and loved you. At the very least, you once had a happy childhood.
Then it was my turn to be their guardian. Even though most of them are gone now, I still need to bring them home.
As I climb up another step, I tighten my grip on his hand. She must be going for like triplets or something, man. Goddamn. You aren't alone in the past, and you won't be in the future. As if in response, the ring presses a deeper mark into our fingers.
Without Whalefall City, the spirits of deceased Lemurians can only drift endlessly across the sea. I often think that if their souls could truly return, then maybe they wouldn't be lonely anymore.
Following the staircase along the side of the temple, we ascend and reach the highest point. I don't believe that making those people pay with their lives can balance out the sins they've committed. but it might be the only way for everyone to find peace. You can also say goodbye to that past.
Why are you crying first?
I'm so emotional that I'm at least like 4 times hand pregnant. I'm not. You're just seeing a reflection from the glass. He stops and gently raises his hand to wipe my tears.
You've witnessed the curtain call. Let's go. It's time to return Whalefall City to where it belongs. When the time comes, we'll welcome its arrival together.
Yep. The song is ended. Raphael takes my hand and leads me to the balcony. It culminates these years of seeking and waiting to create our song's final fermata. Da, 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 da. Against the current. All right. It's number 10. We're getting close. I can feel it. It's probably like up to like, I'm guessing probably up to like 15 or so, because I know some chapters like went super long. The massive stone doors of the sea god's temple respond to their ruler's call. They slowly part when Raphael raises his hand. Streams of light flow across the stone's engravings. Following Raphael's gaze, I see an empty alcove in the wall. To the window, to the wall. Something wrong?
It's nothing. I just wanted to take a good look at this place before saying goodbye.
Flames appear at Raphael's fingertips. Like a flammula, they swim in the air. A fire is briefly ignited inside the alcove. It's similar to a dim, everlasting sun. As Amun said, the sea god's divine power can return the flame to this temple. Light pulses with Raphael's breathing. It envelops the sea god's temple. The flame in the alcove surges with a more magnificent energy. The scattered specks of light in Whalefall Cities dance with renewed vigor. They descended onto the rooftops, streets, and plazas, as if welcoming the imminent journey home. Whalefall City is responding to you. Raphael?
All the Lemurian souls who were lost in the sea have returned. It's time to send Whalefall City on its way and let them find peace.
Sensing the source of that power, I take a step and firmly grasp Raphael's hand. 5 times hand pregnant. Meeting his slightly surprised gaze, I extend our clasped hands towards the alcove. We face the fire. I told you before, I won't let you be alone. I activate my evolve by following those fragments of memories. The flame burns more brightly as power surges. As the only follower of the sea god, I offer him the power of my devotion, my sincerest form of worship. He pulls me closer as the stained glass windows cast jewel-like colors onto the dust-covered altar before us.
Is this a new promise?
Yes, but there won't be a reason to forget this time. My heart trembles with the vibrating stone slabs beneath my feet. I gaze at the changing dome above and channel my evil. Brom. A strange energy is transmitted back from the distant waters above. Raphael and I exchange a glance. We can see the same message in each other's gaze. It's a protocore power source.
It seems their reinforcements arrived sooner than I anticipated.
Sir, you can't keep holding my hands. How are we going to pay for all these kids' college funds? Look, I guess he just wants a big family. Oh, hey Lexi, how you doing? Thanks for sending bits. Thanks for the bitalies.
Let's seal away everything from the past.
Time to resonate. Hey, Jake, no problem sharing the love. Aw, thank you. The flames in the wall's niches roar upward. Water violently churns. Yeah, rip all our eyes. An invisible force seems to be waging a tug of war between the city and the deep sea. The temple's walls emit deep, mournful groans. They resist, yet also yield.
With the sea god's power as a sacrifice, ride the opposing tides and return to the fathomless abyss.
Can you see all of me? Flames gather and solidify in his palm as the ocean is plunged into chaos and darkness. The metaflux erupts in successive explosions. Each vanishes immediately after, yet they continue to appear in an endless stream. Damn it.
Ignore them. First, we...
The flames that have almost leapt from their sacred spots begin to tremble. Their intensity unexpectedly weakens. The source of all this power. Raphael has tightly closed his eyes. He looks unnaturally pale. What's happening? There's something wrong with the flow. Raphael?
I'm fine.
It's because of those.
No. This is a price that must be paid. To demand a perfect outcome from the sea, you must willingly pay the most painful price. But compared to letting Whalefall City fall into those people's hands, this pain is nothing.
Only when the sea god sacrifices everything to ignite the flame in the alcove can the sea god and Whalefall City return. I finally understand what Amon meant. You and the temple have to.
Don't worry. I can make it. Leave.
Raphael! There must be another way. There has to be. I adjust my breathing and use my evil to resonate with Raphael. I attempt to push his power to its limits. Press that man today. Again. Again.
Again and again and again and again.
Each release fails to move Whalefall City. But these repeated attempts allow me to sense an invisible tether that's pulling Raphael into a rift of nothingness.
They mistook the sea's tolerance for submission and forgot about its cruelty. But I remember, and I will reclaim this forgotten power.
Ooh. Our futile attempts will drain his energy. Amon's word resounds in my ears like a tsunami. Is it possible that Raphael, with the complete power from the Tome of the Sea God...
Only those who have a bond with the Sea God can awaken the Tome.
Time to awaken the Tome. The thought forms in my mind, the flame in the alcove suddenly surges and trembles. Raphael seems to sense what I'm about to do.
No. Using the Tome's power can only... with the temple.
I can sense it. With just a single page, part of Raphael has already become one with the Sea God's temple. Indistinguishable, inseparable, even his heart beats with the flame's rhythm.
Try again.
As the flames rise to greater heights, colors fade from the scales on Raphael's neck. Like ash left behind by fire, it's slowly being devoured from the tip. Hey yo. The beautiful hues vanish as quickly as the most brilliant fireworks. Wanting to stop it, I rush forward, but I can only helplessly watch them fade. His tail turns ashen and lifeless in the blink of an eye. We can't wait anymore. What did Raphael do back then? Klaatu Barada Nikto? A pain rises in my fingertips with that memory. I clench my fist and invoke our covenant. The dagger materializes in response to the summons. I take it from Raphael's hand and press it into our hands. Blood sacrifice. Our blood merges, and the warm fluid falls from our clasped hands. It lands on the altar. I close my eyes and let light and sound sink into the sea. In the distant waters belonging to Lincoln City's southeastern region, the sea churns without wind. Terrifying giant waves rise. In the center of an almost abandoned private island, red light flicker in the sapphire-like blue hole. Then they quickly vanish into the depths. In some overlooked coastal mudflats, shorelines, and even in the middle of oceans, seawater bubbles like boiling foam. They surge and subside. Every body of seawater on this planet, every single drop shares one mission. The waves must rise, gentle waves, curious waves. Waves powerful, furious. Waves powerful enough to shatter everything. They surge from the sea's surface and ocean depths. They rush in the same direction. Thanks, Flames. Flames emerge from the blood, beginning as small, warm embers. They spread out with great speed. The temple is engulfed in a fiery vortex. Blech. The colonnades and stone sculptures transform into ghostly silhouettes. The seawater loses its natural hue and evaporates into mist before being infused with countless golden runes. I sense violent tremors in the distance. Suppressed power splits mountains and levels the seabed. They traverse thousands upon thousands of miles, tearing through countless space-time rifts. They surge to the water above the temple. They flow towards their sea god. Raphael! His grip on my hand tightens. I can feel him tremble as that immense power flows into his body. The power in his palm is no longer a calm sea. It now screeches like thunder. It roars as it engulfs everything in its path. Meanwhile, the fire in the alcove insatiably devours the sea god's divine power. Raphael sways slightly, relying on his pale, deteriorating tail for support. This power is sufficient to move Whalefall City. Yet the owner of this power has merged with the sea god's temple. I strain to stand on my tiptoes, and I hold his hand. Raphael? The sensation in my palm grows increasingly faint. It's akin to dissolving sea foam. My hand passes through Raphael's fingertips several times. Up, he's going foamy. Yet this last remaining connection only makes Raphael hold onto me more tightly.
Don't let go.
You can keep pushing yourself. If this continues, you'll be completely drained.
Did you forget? The sea god can't die.
But even gods can fall. You can't. Pet, pet, pet. Trembling fingers brush against my eyelashes. I never knew tears could quickly cool underwater.
You're letting me go just like that? Didn't you make a promise to never leave me alone? You already changed your mind?
He's spiraling. We have a covenant between us. If I call for you again, maybe you'll... I want to finish the lie. But it's as if something is choking me. All I can do is look into Raphael's eyes.
If you want me to leave, then come with me.
You... The flame in Raphael's palm dims as the sea god is about to return to his temple.
Just kidding. How could a sea god ever make a wish to his follower?
Strange noises belonging to submersibles are above the spire. As they move in, I can almost hear Misfortune's bell toll. I suppress the trembling in my arm and press my hand against his chest. Under my palm is his heart. He responds to me without any barriers. I can command him to do anything. I feel as though a blade is slicing my throat when I force myself to speak. I almost want to believe that talking more could give us a little more time. Raphael, you and Whalefall City must. You must leave. Invoke. However, forces threatening to tear everything apart make peace return. Massive waves subside, and the boiling sea grows still. The final strand of golden light wraps itself around Raphael's fingers as roaring seawater recedes into the abyss. He bends down to embrace me. He can no longer defy fate.
On an ordinary weekend, an idle afternoon, or a meaningless, normal day. If you want to see me again, you'll have to wait a very, very long time.
I'll wait as long as it takes. With great effort, I hug him and look over his shoulder one last time at the dancing firelight in the wall's niche. Raphael, you don't have a whale ash lamp. Take our covenant with you on your journey. What matters is that you stay safe. How long will you be gone?
It's hard to say. Maybe it'll be a year or two, a century or more. Perhaps even longer than that. Don't worry. Even after I'm gone, you and Ramiro will survive. This is a god's promise to you.
The gloomy ocean floor has lost its only source of light, a barren seabed filled with swirling sand and sediment remains. The invaders' submersibles have nowhere to go. They're suspended in the empty vastness of the deep sea. The prize they had devoted everything to plundering has vanished into the cracks of space-time forever. Not a single word remains. No traces are left. It's as if the entire city was a magnificent illusion crafted by the sea god himself.
The sea god's wish. It hasn't changed, and it will never change.
I open my mouth, but my words and thoughts transform into silvery white foam and drift away with the ocean's currents towards an invisible horizon. Oh, she's still underwater. Oh no. Girly pop. Raphael, goodbye. Goopy. All right, number 11. Melodious. Wonder how many more to you done. I'm gonna check that right now, because I get the feeling we're pretty close, but can always double check. This feels like it's closing down, like it's winding down. Nope. No. Come on, give me... No, that's Cinder Moments. I need the most recent story, please. Here we go. And this is from... Nope, that's Death and Rebirth. Okay, yep. Melodious sheet music and whale song urges me to regain consciousness as I struggle to wake up from a darkness that's as deep as the ocean. The harsh sunlight stings my eyes. It's impossible to open them. Waves gently lap against my back when I realize I'm lying on the beach. I don't feel any pain, so I probably haven't been injured. I recalled the sudden shift in the current before I was about to drown. Raphael, he changed the tides as he left. He brought me to the shore. Okay, latest chapter. To our yesterday. There we go. Nope, you know what? That's too much reading right now. Change the tides. The tremors from resonating too many times still courses through my veins. Pain explodes in my chest and spreads to my fingertips. Memories of my farewell to Raphael play chaotically in my mind. It's like the scenes from a movie have been cut into pieces and haphazardly reassembled. Cough, cough. I cough up a mouthful of seawater and struggle to push myself up, but I repeatedly fall back into the waves. The seawater reached my mouth and nose, the tides coming in. If I stay here longer, I might drown. I forcibly pushed aside all these trending emotions and try to forget those persistent images from my mind. I need to find a safe place. First. Can't fall here. I struggle to my feet again, and again, only to fall back into the waves. Accompanied by shouts, the sound of several footsteps reaches the beach. Help me. Bleh. When I wake up again, I'm told that the old butler rescued me. While my body has no serious injuries, I am still weak and need to quietly recover. The Gaia biotech researchers withdraw from the Wave Chaser Island. Their massive vessels leave the harbor as if they were never there. With the departure of Whale Fall City, the Lemurians on Wave Chaser Island fall into a prolonged state of melancholy. During my recovery, many Lemurians visit me and cautiously inquire about Raphael's whereabouts. I desperately try to remember, but whenever I approach the door, locking away my memories, a sharp pain stabs in my mind. It grows more intense no matter what I do. Eventually, my brain does its best to defend me. It wraps chains around the door and seals it to ensure I can never push it open again. I have no choice but to give up. Wearing a blank expression, I gently deflect their questions by explaining that I need to rest. The magnetic field anomaly on Wave Chaser Island is gone, and I focus on resting to the point of being almost obsessed. I make a full recovery in record time to secure my discharge papers. On the day of my discharge, a nurse enters my hospital room for a morning checkup. I close my eyes in response to daylight flooding in. The figure of a nurse appears and approaches me with a forehead thermometer. I'm being discharged at noon today. Do you still need to take my temperature?
This is the last checkup. Please cooperate with us.
Although her tone and enunciation are convincing, I still sense that she's not the nurse who's been taking care of me. This voice. I've heard it somewhere. Oh no, she's been captured. Then I realize why it sounds familiar. I've seen her before. She quickly appears in my memories.
It's a shame we're seeing each other again when you're in such a pitiful state.
Oh, it's her.
Who I am doesn't matter. The real question is, who are you?
It's you. Seeing my calm reaction and no signs of any potential counterattack, the nurse stops 2 steps away from my bedside.
Aren't you afraid I might do something?
She takes off the nurse's cap and lets her wild curly hair cascade. She seems nonchalant, but her gaze remains vigilant. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it while I was unconscious. Why did you choose the day when I'd be discharged from the hospital? The mysterious woman is momentarily stunned, her shoulders drooping as her eyes reveal a sense of defeat.
You're spoiling the fun. My meticulously crafted script isn't entertaining anymore.
I hold out my hand and beckon her to come closer. I need to read the script first before I decide whether or not I want to accept the role. The mysterious woman's slight smile appears as she approaches my hospital bed. Her fingers brush against my wrist. My hunter's watch activates and projects a faintly glowing hologram. She taps the screen and brings up a map. Coordinates are embedded into the map and pulsate on the screen. The mysterious woman turns off the hunter's watch. What was that?
A treasure that can only be unlocked with a key. You're strong enough to withstand these unknowns. Everything you want to know is there. Your actual nurse will be here soon. Remember to tell her your temperature.
She picks up the forehead thermometer, presses it into my forehead, and pushes the button.
36.5 degrees. Good luck with your discharge.
She adjusts her nurse's cap, walks to the door, and slides it open. My stay at the hospital ends. After returning to Lincoln City, work has almost numbed every cell in my body. But I don't dare to stop. I'm afraid that in the middle of the night, those scenes branded into my memory will find me and tear my consciousness into fragments. When the long passage of time softens that pain, I find the courage to look at the southeastern waters when passing along the coast. A part of me seems to have vanished with Raphael. This emptiness has forced me to float aimlessly. Every word he spoke during our farewell, those fleeting expressions burst through the floodgates of my memory. They replay endlessly in my mind. One day, I realized I should have asked him if seagulls needed to be fed, even though they might never see Raphael return. After nearly a month of living in a daze, I finally opened the door to Mo Art's studio. Raphael's unfinished paintings need to be moved to a storage room where temperature and humidity are precisely controlled. Thomas can't do it by himself. I volunteer to help him organize, and we work together to move them around. The number of Raphael's unfinished paintings is staggering. We spent 3 hours organizing before finally storing the canvases. I didn't realize he had so many sketches.
Artists driven by inspiration are like that. They'll make a few brushstrokes when it strikes, and continue when they're in the mood.
Thomas hurriedly glances at his watch.
It's getting late. I need to head home, but please contact me if you hear anything from Raphael.
I can't bring myself to look at him. Yesterday, I lied to Thomas and said Raphael wants to isolate himself on an island for creative retreat. He won't be in Lincoln for a while. One line needs another to keep it whole. Yet the countdown to this ordeal's end is nowhere to be found. I'll call him every day until he can't take it anymore. Then he'll probably come back.
He has several exhibitions coming up. I hope he can make it back in time.
Yeah, same.
I'll head out now. You should go home.
Alright. Yeah, awkward. After Thomas leaves, I can't bring myself to go. I remain seated in the middle of the studio for a long time. I stare at the massive unfinished painting on the wall. The sea breeze gently stirs the gauze curtains. I remember when I first met Raphael. he was working on this painting. Back then, it only had a single layer of color, but most of it is already done. My memories take on the bluish-violet hues of the painting. The soft whispers of the brushstrokes against the canvas resound in my ears. Raphael was perched on a tall ladder, applying each brushstroke with deliberate care. Although his progress was slow, his attention to detail was extraordinary. He worked on each brushstroke with an intense focus. He seemed to forget himself, and he didn't even notice me standing behind him. I wonder what this painting will look like when it's finished. No one can give me an answer. Desolate moonlight shines on me, and my lonely shadow has nowhere to hide. I know I'm only deceiving myself. No matter how long I stay here, Raphael isn't going to appear. I brought this upon myself. Before leaving, I take one last look at the empty studio and whisper to someone who isn't there. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, so this should be... Hang on. I'm hoping... Let's see here. Let's take a look. Alright, you know what? Got a feeling 12's gonna be right about where it should be closing up. Hopefully. Colorful lanterns light up the market near Wet Sand Bay. Taking a shortcut, I pass through the busiest street. On the beach next to it, students are playing with sparklers. They glitter against the night sky, and I occasionally hear bursts of clear laughter. Pedestrians pass by me and share steaming hot street food. The spicy, savory aromas fill the entire area. Days I walk through it all. The scene come and go, come and out of focus. Ugh. Oh, this is a throwback.
Spend all our money. I want some ice cream.
Two children move past me, and I stop in my tracks. There's a familiar fish scooping stall before my very eyes. My mind slowly begins to function again. I've been here before. The sign still displays those familiar words, in the Sea of Lemuria, to save the final flammula in the world. I look at the small pool where a brightly colored flammula is slowly swimming along the edge.
Unfortunate. This species of fish can only survive for a week on land.
I move closer to the pool, squat down, and watch the flammula swim several laps. So you're also from that sea. I paid the vendor for a fishing net and position myself along the flammula's swimming route. Aim, dip, scoop, and fail. The flammula that was leisurely swimming suddenly launches itself as if it were doing a 100-meter sprint. It zigzags through the water to avoid my net. Why are you so fast? How did he catch it back then? I try to remember Raphael's technique from that time. When the flammula swims into a corner, I use the narrow space to my advantage. I block its path with the net and scoop it up in one swift motion. It works. I catch the proud flammula while it is showing off in the pool. Aha, Raphael, look, I did it. I turn, but no one's there. I can only look at the unobstructed path along the street that leads to the coast. The bustling crowd comes and goes, but he won't appear again. No one will show me how to catch a fish or tell me what the red fish is called. I look at the small fish in my net. Its breathing is shallow, and its stomach rises and falls as it struggles to stay alive.
The fish is gonna slip away, you know.
Startled, I turn around again and look towards the source of the voice. With his arms crossed, Raphael stands behind me. It's just like when we first met. Raphael? Memory and reality combine to form a complete picture. It's as if nothing had ever happened, yet it's as if I didn't force him to leave. It's like he's never been away from me. My grip on the net loosens, and the flammula uses his chance to jump and dive towards the pool. Frantically, I reach for it, but Raphael is faster. He gently cups a small fish in his hands.
That was close. It's pretty silly for trying to return to its cage.
The vendor hands over a container. Raphael carefully places the flammula into the water before tenderly touching the fish's forehead. The fish gracefully sways its tail to create a string of water droplets. It's livelier compared to when it was in the pool.
Should I take this one home too? I wonder if Reddy needs a new friend. Or I could just return it to the sea.
Yep, had to poke to make sure he was real. My ice-cold fingertips take longer than usual to register the warmth from his skin. Are you really Raphael?
Yeah, the real deal. If you don't believe me, you can pinch me to make sure.
As you wish. Without any hesitation, I pinch his cheeks with all my might.
Ow! Why would you do that?
It really is you.
Well, duh. Who else would it be? But I guess it's understandable. After being separated for 5,000 years, it's only natural for you to forget me.
5,000? What? My brain is overloaded with emotions, so I can't distinguish fact from fiction. I'm willing to believe whatever Raphael says.
Please don't actually believe that. Anyway, I was just trying to lighten the mood. So, did I get a chuckle out of you? That's what you get for sending me away against my will. This payback isn't too harsh, yeah?
I shake my head, my body unconsciously falling forward. Raphael moves faster than me. He takes a step to catch me in his arms. I lean against his shoulders and feel tears threatening to fall from my eyes. They slightly sting. It's a little mean, but since you're not old or a 5,000-year-old fish, I'll let it slide.
You were worried about that, huh?
Raphael gently pats my back and uses careful restraint to soothe me. He rests his chin on my shoulders and leans toward my ear.
Don't you have something else to say to me?
Welcome back. I tighten my grip as the joy of having him back in my life overflows in my heart. Welcome back, Raphael. White Sand Bay's sea breeze is gentle. It blows away the dust that has settled on my heart. The fragmented longing I felt since our separation finally surges forth and washes over the man who's real, tangible, and standing before me. By the way, I fed the seagulls at your beach, but I couldn't find the cookies we used last time. They didn't eat a lot.
Oh? They get picky when I'm not around. I'll have to scold them once I'm home.
Also, I organized your paintings with Thomas. We couldn't tell which ones were pieces you planned to keep working on, so we sorted everything.
Yeah. I'll go through them again for the next exhibition.
And heartbeats and waves intermingle as he tightens his arm around me. I'm almost enveloped in his embrace.
Enough. If we keep talking, I'm actually gonna be emotional. You were the one who told me to leave, but for some reason, it feels like I was the one who abandoned you.
Dusk gradually darkens as the tide recedes. Suddenly, a restless sea breeze sweeps across the shore. Well, let me say one last thing.
It better be the last thing, cutie.
You haven't gone to Wave Chaser Island yet, right? Everyone is worried about you. The old butler is staying there to look after them.
All right. I'll put everyone's minds at ease. And resolve some issues while I'm at it.
Seemingly sensing my uneasy's return, he gently takes my hand to convey a silent reassurance through the calm sea air. Fading sunlight sinks into the waves, and only the tide's refrain repeats before the night falls. Rain cascades onto the city. The night scenery is transformed into a palette of neon colors. The square is nearly void of pedestrians. Only hunters wearing uniforms, busy coordinating their movements, are hurrying back and forth. Only one magnetic field anomaly remains. It's expected to be cleared tonight, that the city will return to normal. But just as everything is about to be wrapped up, the magnetic field that had dissipated reappeared in a more hidden crevice, and it starts to expand once again. Okay. Alright, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do, guys. This has gone on longer than I thought it would, and so here's the dealio. Here's the planio. We're going to take a little extra time tomorrow on our Bloodborne stream at the top of the hour. So we're gonna probably start like an hour or two early, and we're just gonna finish The Last of Us then, because I want to get to bed. I appreciate you guys' patience, but this has gone on like quite a bit longer than I had originally planned, and I would like to get some sleep. So we're gonna go ahead and cap it off then, if you guys don't mind. Unless this is like really like the done. Alright, night, guys. Yeah, the Eeps has its hold. Thank you guys again for like hanging out for this extended period of time. Whew. No, it's the last chapter? Really? Life for really real? Life for really real?
Hi, Jake.
Hey, G-Pace.
Today is my favorite best animal called platypuses.
G-Pace, thanks for stopping by. We're getting ready to just call it a night. I need to get some sleep, but we will literally finish the very last chapter tomorrow before we get into Bloodborne. I just want to get some sleep. I've been up since mad early. Okay, who is on that we can raid into? Who is on? But yeah, we'll probably start like an hour earlier so than we usually do. And we'll go from there. Let's see. Oh, I see somebody who I haven't raided into in a while. We'll go ahead and we'll say hi to our friend Barry. If y'all don't know Barry, you guys are in for a treat. Once again, I appreciate you guys hanging out. You see that link there in the chat. If you want to hang out when we're not on stream, please feel free to join the Discord, where we'll talk about all the fun stuff we get up to when we're not streaming. We also sometimes share food and that stuff. I'm also going to be working this weekend on cleaning it up, making it a little nicer to navigate. And yeah, so I really, again, appreciate you guys hanging with me tonight, especially in light of everything going on with the VTuber sphere today. And I just wanted to be reiterated that I deeply appreciate all of you for being here and just spending your time with me. And like the oodles of support you've given me already is like more than anybody at my tenure or like size could ever ask for. So again, appreciate you guys. I will catch up with you later. What's going on? I'll catch up with you on that like tomorrow, Sevi. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But it's kind of like male VTubers specific. But anyways, you guys be sure to say hi to Buried for me, and just be ready because she likes her double entendres. I'll catch you later. You guys have a good night.